Opportunity to the meeting has started, please. Attention. Let me take this opportunity to welcome you all to the meeting of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature's Public Accounts Committee, which is called the Standing Committee on Public Accounts. It's a meeting together with the Municipal Public Accounts Committees in Gauteng. We will be talking about all other matters as we move, but maybe we should take this opportunity to first welcome the new members of the various Municipal Public Accounts Committees following your elections that you held on the 1st of November last year. And we know that the number of the public accounts committees were established early this year. You are welcome, but also let me congratulate the chairpersons for being, I'm not sure if you are appointed or elected. I don't know how it works in municipalities, but congratulations on being given the responsibilities of being chairpersons of your Municipal Public Accounts Committee. We are going to have a slight change in our agenda. Item 2 and 4 are going to be put together. And also, after the, if you can move what happens after tea break, after discussion, please, the next page of the agenda. Then what is item 10 and 11 will also be clubbed together. So that's how we're going to put the issues together. I'm hoping that we are fine with that agenda because it was sent before we arrived here. As a way of ensuring that we know who's here, we are not going to ask you to introduce yourselves. That can take us hours. But at the time when you are supposed to speak, please introduce yourself and your municipality. So, but what we're going to do, just for the sake of ensuring that this meeting is represented, it's not about the quorum because the quorum is not an issue here. So let me just check first. MPAC of the City of Joburg, you can just raise your hand, that's all. Thank you very much, you're welcome. MPAC of the City of Ekurhuleni, you're welcome, thank you very much. MPAC of the City of Tshwane, you're welcome, thank you very much. MPAC of the Western District Municipality, you're welcome, thank you very much. MPAC of Mirafong Local Municipality, they are not here. MPAC of Rand West Local Municipality, they are not here. MPAC of Mohale City Local Municipality, you're welcome, thank you very much. MPAC of Sidibeng District Municipality, they are not here yet. MPAC of Midval Local Municipality, thank you very much, you're welcome. MPAC of Lisedi Local Municipality, they are not here yet. MPAC of Mfuleni Local Municipality, you're welcome, thank you very much. Thank you. So we've got about 3 or 4 that are not here yet. I'm not sure if we have received any apologies on MPACs. I'll come back to the other teams. Mampati, we will have to ensure that the mic, I don't know how we're going to manage the mic because we need a very sharp person.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, Honorable Councillors and colleagues. Chair, we have not received any apology from any of the municipalities. we have received confirmation from all of them, excluding Merafong. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Onimira Fong didn't send apology. Thank you very much. We've also invited the following. The Gauteng Speakers Forum. I was told that it will be led by the Deputy Chairperson. Are we here from the Gauteng Speakers Forum? Okay, you're here. Thank you very much. Welcome. And then from the Gauteng Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. Are we here? Cocta, thank you very much. And then from the Gauteng Department, let me rephrase it, Gauteng Provincial Treasury. Are we here? Thank you very much. Then from Salga, Gauteng, are we here? Thank you very much. Those were the invited. Let me take this opportunity to welcome the Deputy Speaker of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature, but I know that she's here in her capacity as the Deputy Chairperson of Salga, Gauteng. You're welcome, Deputy Speaker. So thank you very much. I think we've looked at everyone who's supposed to be here, but also let me indicate that we are joined by, in fact, you're not joined. You have joined also the members of the Public Accounts Committee, which is SCOPA of Gauteng Provincial Legislature, and the support staff also, they are here. I didn't miss anyone. I think we've covered everyone. Am I correct? Okay. Thank you very much. You're all welcome. I hope that you'll have fruitful deliberations. I'm looking at Mompati because she's supposed to put up the presentation that I must make now. Am I supposed to control it myself or what? May I request that so that you don't waste time? After this presentation, we're going to have the first presentation that will be done by Cocta, Gauteng. So whoever is going to present it, if it can be lined up immediately after I've spoken, and then come forward because you're going to make the presentation from here. And after that is Gauteng Provincial Treasury. After that is Salga, Gauteng. And then after that is the Gauteng Speakers Forum. So after those 4 presentations have been made, we'll then have a discussion. And we hope that discussion will take us to lunchtime. Then after lunch, we'll then have a discussion about now more issues of way forward and where are we and how are we going to ensure that things move. So I'm still waiting. Yeah. I see my face. I thought I'll see the presentation, but anyway, it's fine. So as we welcome you, let me just say that what we're going to be doing here in this meeting as we welcome you is that this is a first meeting after the local government elections on the 1st of November. We delayed to convene it because we wanted to give an opportunity to your internal processes to take place, which included 1, the establishment of the Public Accounts Committees, 2, the fact that you are now considering your annual reports. So we thought we should give you that chance. So thank you very much. So the purpose then today, we want to give you an update of the work that we have done as SCOPA Gauteng together with MPACs that were before you. And also we are going to just discuss and indicate to you what support is provided to MPACs by various structures, whether it's the Speakers Forum, whether it's Gauteng Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, whether it's Gauteng Provincial Treasury. Those are the things that we'll be able to discuss with you. We need also to agree on how we are going to work to support our mandate. Remember, our mandate as either SCOPA at the Gauteng Provincial Legislature or in municipalities. Our mandate is about oversight, and it's oversight on public financial management and accountability. So we want to have a discussion amongst ourselves so that we can agree on how we're going to move on that. We might not conclude that discussion today because that's not, it's just to introduce the discussion so that we can be able to agree on how we move forward. But also, we want to have a discussion around coordination of our work. That is amongst ourselves and amongst yourselves as public accounts committees. So we'll be able to brief you on some of the things that have happened then, and that we are going to be able to deal with it. So that's what you want to do. But to do so, we thought we should start by indicating that we have to work together, and as we work together, it's within the context of cooperative governance. Now, we are limiting this discussion to cooperative governance as it relates to the legislatures. In other words, as it relates to Gauteng Provincial Legislature, which is ourselves, and yourselves, not in your capacity as we see you as oversight body. So we're separating you from the mayoral committee. We see you as an oversight body. So the cooperation amongst us, but we take that from the principles outlined in the Chapter 3 of the Constitution. We thought that although it defines in detail what needs to be done, but there are a few things that relate to us. First is that as we work together, as part of the spirit of cooperative governance, all of us are required to respect the constitutional status, institutions, powers, and functions of government in other spheres. So we have to respect your constitutional status, your powers, your functions. We can't ourselves as the SCOPA at the Gauteng Provincial Legislature do the work that you're supposed to do, but we can be able to support you. We have to ensure that we don't assume any power or function except those that are conferred on us. So we can now assume other responsibilities outside of what we have. So are you. You can't now then want to take the powers of SCOPA at the Gauteng Provincial Legislature. And so I thought it's important that we indicate that. One of the other sections that is important, and you'll see that we're not referring to all the sections, is that we are required to cooperate with one another in mutual trust and good faith by fostering friendly relations. So between SCOPA, Gauteng, and MPACs, we need to have that friendly relations. And also that we must be able to assist and support one another. As we do oversight on public financial management and accountability, how do we support one another to ensure that we prioritize oversight in that sphere? And it's about informing one another of and consulting one another on matters of common interest. And the common interest here is oversight on public financial management and accountability. There are other committees that deal with other things. That's not our interest today. You'll see even the presentations that are going to be made, particularly by COCTA, we have said to them, let them not talk to us about all other things that are municipality. We want them to just focus on what is the responsibilities, what are the responsibilities of MPACs. So is Provincial Treasury. So is the Speaker's Forum, because you know the Speaker's Forum deals with a lot of things. So, but we said let them just focus on that. We have also given the same instructions to SALGA, because you know SALGA is very broad, but we said let them limit themselves to the questions that have to do with our mandate and the work that we have to do. So we have to also coordinate our actions and legislation with one another. So, but it must be very clear because we do oversight on what is called the Public Finance Management Act, PFMA, and we also do oversight on what is called the Finance Management of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act, which is FAMPLA. But you as MPACs do oversight on the Municipal Finance Management Act. But together also we do oversight on the implementation of the various treasury regulations. And in addition, the various accounting principles. So those are the areas we must be able to support one another and be able to cooperate on. And how do you coordinate our actions around that? And we also are supposed to ensure that we adhere to agreed upon procedures. So that's why we need this platform so that we can agree on how we work together moving forward. So, as I indicated, we as the SCOPA at Gauteng, our responsibility is on the PFMA and FAMPLA. But your responsibility is on the MFMA, and that we know that as you do oversight on MFMA, you need also the support from the Gauteng Department of COCTA, but you also need support from us. And I'm using the word support because we are not supposed to take over what you're doing. Support by ensuring that we support you, but also we ensure that we, at SCOPA level, we do oversight, effective oversight on COCTA and Gauteng Treasury. So that's what we're supposed to do. So it is in that regard that we have convened this meeting, and we hope that our deliberations are going to be focused on all the things that I've said. And at the end, there'll be clarity on all the things that I've said. However, it might not be the end because we are going to consistently have these meetings. Further issues are going to be clarified as we move. So with those words, I welcome you all. And I want to ask that we call upon Gauteng Provincial, that is Gauteng Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, to come and talk to us. So what we're going to do as they come forward, we're going to ask you to take notes of questions that you want to ask or comments you want to make. So that after the Gauteng Speakers Forum has made a presentation, then we'll open up for comments and discussions that must take us up to lunchtime. So thank you very much. I thought the Gauteng Department of COCTA will be here by now. You can come, you'll have to come and make the presentation from here.
Thank you, Chair.
I want them to be here, where I'm standing.
Yes, she's
okay.
right there at the corner waiting to
Okay,
be
thank you.
taken. Thank you.
You can use this. This is moving forward.
Okay. They're still holding my presentation.
Yeah, may I ask that if, I know Gauteng Treasury did give us their presentation, and COCTA, I don't know why it's delaying because we had it already. And also, I don't know now whether we have received the one from the Speakers Forum in Salga. If we haven't, they could send it to you so that we don't waste time trying to do the loading of the presentations. Thank you very much. When they are ready, it will be over to you.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, Honorable Councillors. Good morning to the leadership of Gauteng COCTA, the leadership of Gauteng Provincial Treasury, leadership of SALGA. Thank you for the platform to present to the honorable members regarding the roles and responsibilities of MPACs, but also as Gauteng COCTA, what have we done to date in terms of assisting the MPACs in Gauteng. My name is Botlhale Nkosi. I come from Gauteng Cocta from the unit called Municipal Finance, Monitoring and Evaluation. In terms of the table of contents, the presentation will cover the legislative background, the progress made on the resolution of the previous SCOPA meeting, the overview of the functionality of MPACs, the support provided to MPACs, the planned support to MPACs, and the challenges of MPACs and recommendations. Can I just quickly get my laptop because I can't.
The presentation is off. Can you still have it here, please? Okay, thank you.
So in terms of the legislative background is that we've zoomed in terms of Section 79 of the Local Government Municipal Structures Act as amended, Act number 3 of 2021, which states that a municipal council must establish a committee called MPAC. The mayor or executive mayor, the deputy mayor, executive deputy mayor, any member of the executive committee or any member of the mayoral committee, the speaker, the whip, and the municipal officials are not allowed to be the members of the MPAC. The municipal council must determine the functions of the MPAC, which must include the following: is that the MPAC must start now must review the Auditor General's report together with the comments of management, the comments of the audit committee, and make recommendation to the municipal council. It must review the internal audit report together with comments of the management on the internal audit reports, the comments of the audit committee, and make recommendations to the municipal council. Also, you must initiate and develop the oversight report on the annual report as contemplated in Section 129 of the MFMA. You must attend to and make recommendation to municipal council on any matter referred to you by the municipal council, the executive committee, a committee of the council, a member of this committee, a councillor, or the municipal manager. So you need to confide your workings around to what is being referred to you by all these parties stated above. Then in your own initiative, subject to the direction by council, you can investigate and report to the municipal council on any matter affecting the municipality. You must get an endorsement and a mandate from council to do any initiative that you want to do. Then your reports must be submitted to the speaker, who must table such reports in the next meeting of council. The speaker cannot decide whether your reports should or should not go to council. It's a must that the speaker must table those reports to council. Yes, in line with the orders of standing orders of council, this must take place. So this is the broader mandate that is given to MPACs in terms of the amendments of the Structures Act. So to date, we will be reporting on the resolutions that we made as per the previous meeting of SCOPA. Next slide, please. So a mandate was given to our department and provincial treasury that we must ensure that all efforts are placed in eradicating the UIFW practices that still happen in municipalities by holding them accountable and provide SCOPA and GPL with a progress report detailing the adherence to legislation, the application of consequence management, and this must be done by the quarter ended June. And we thought maybe we must give a broader progress of what we have done to date, because we know now that we are talking to the new formation of MPAC members. Yes, and Chairperson, work was done, a lot of work was done by both departments, including SALGA, but where we're sitting now as Gauteng COGTA, after our meeting with the stakeholders, is that there's roles and responsibilities that were clarified between the departments. And from our side, we in line with the MEC obligations, is that we have a support that we're providing to our municipalities. And because of the financial constraints within the department, currently the support that we are giving is to City of Tshwane and Rand West. And what we did, we've provisioned the professional services to these municipalities to assist them to resolve the UIFW expenditures. And the work has commenced, and through the professional services support, the UIFW reduction strategy for Rand West City Municipality has been finalized and adopted by Council. And to date, we are still busy assisting with City of Tshwane to develop theirs. And further support will be rolled out to other municipalities during the MTEF period. And quarterly, as COGTA, together with GPT and SALGA and other stakeholders, is that we provide advisory support through the OPCA PCC to assist municipalities with the reduction of the UIFW. And the municipalities will sort of present to the platform how far in terms of the implementation of their action plans, and we zoom into that. But specifically on UIFW, we provide that support, and over and above, the support is being done by the experts appointed by the department. Resolution number 2 is that both departments must work with municipalities to improve oversight and transparency on financial accountability at local government sphere through creating a healthy and empowering environment for MPACs and provide status quo. And what we have done from this to date is that COGTA, SALGA, and GPT, together with DCOG and National Treasury, we've provided an induction and training to all the newly MPACs members during the month of April and March 2022. But previously, we have trained from our department 150 councillors and officials on the skills program dealing with accountability and ethical conduct. And this has been done to all 11 municipalities during the 2021-2022 financial year. And together, COGTA with GPT, we conducted a training for the West Rand region on the MPACs on the 3rd of March 2021. Again, all the stakeholders, COGTA, GPT, and SALGA with NT, we provided a training on MFMA Toolkit, where we assist municipalities in specifically addressing the UIFW and financial misconduct. And GPT and COGTA, we further, upon invite from municipalities, we attended the MPAC sessions for Sidibeng, Mfuleni, and City of Joburg sessions where the UIFW expenditure issues were addressed. And together, again, COGTA, Provincial, SALGA, and ourselves, we did provide the UIFW support through the Speakers Forum that was held the previous financial year. In terms of Resolution 3, is that COGTA and Treasury to investigate the possibility of councillors serving in MPACs being full-time, and the possibility of councillors serving in Finance Oversight Committee also serves as members of MPAC. And through the policy directive from National DCOG is that according to the Local Government Municipal Structures Act policy framework for designation of full-time councillors, this was issued on 31st of May. And to date, the department is still interrogating and engaging on this document so that we ensure efficient implementation. And we indicate to this forum through Chairperson that communication will be provided soon in terms of the way forward on this item. And then in terms of having the members of MPACs also serving in other Section 79 committees, again, in terms of the amendments of the Structures Act, is indicated that there's a reason why Section 79A was singled out to have MPAC to be a community that is standing alone in terms of the Act, because you have a mandate to assist the municipal council to hold the municipal executive accountable. So as a result, the MPAC cannot simultaneously serve as a member of other Section 79 committees and again come back and serve as MPAC, because that you will be deemed that you are becoming a referee and a player in your own processes. So objectivity in this regard, it might be impaired. So you are seen as a committee that will have still to conduct oversight on other Section 79 committees. So as you make decisions in other Section 79 committees, now you have to come back, and if the committees within the MPAC are not in agreement with what the undertaking were in that Section 79 committee, this will be seen as a problem, because you cannot now change what you have agreed in the Section 9, in another Section 79 committee, and now you want to change it in that MPAC committee. So this really is seen as, not having clear separation of powers from the policy direction that is given by National DCOC. In terms of Resolution 4, is that the department must investigate the possibility of capacity of municipalities being built for them to be able to support MPACs with both financial and personnel resources, and consider how municipalities can create the basic foundation platform that MPACs require to discharge their oversight responsibilities effectively. And as indicated that financially wise, we've channeled that finances through the training of 150 councillors and officials with a skills program on accountability and ethical conduct throughout all our municipalities. And now we've developed a skills program at an NQ level 3, 4, 5, whereby national certificate in local government for councillors practice is pitched at level 3 with 56 credits, and the further education and training certificate on leadership and development at NQF level 4 with 68 credits. And we also have a national certificate on public finance management and administration at NQF level 5 with 107 credits. And lastly, on the last resolution is that the possibility of working together with other partners to ensure that continuous awareness is raised on the financial misconduct regulations read with MFMA Circular 76 by assisting municipal councillors to establish functional and effective disciplinary boards and structures. We need to provide progress to date. And then what we've reported is that COGTA, together with GPT, we are assessing municipal annual reports on financial and non-financial information, and these outcomes are communicated to municipalities. Further to that, we've done presentations upon request by Citibank and Mfuleni, where we are trying to sort of give the MPACs members capacity in terms of our assessment, but also to raise awareness on some of the issues that we found coming out from the annual reports. And COGTA, we provide an integrity management support through the Gauteng Municipal Integrity Project. And this, we do it in partnership with the Office of the Premier and the Ethics Institute.
May I apologize? There's something wrong with the system here. It keeps on jumping on its own, so I don't know what's wrong. I'm trying to take it back. I don't know what's wrong. So don't be surprised when she's saying something and you see something on the screen, but we'll try and sort it out. You can go ahead. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Yes, I'm there.
Okay.
Previous slide. Next slide. Thank you. So this slide seeks to just give an overview of the functionality of MPACs, because our department is monitoring the establishment and the functionality of MPACs. And to date, in all our 11 Gauteng municipalities, the MPACs have been established, except for Merafong and Rand-West City. And those two municipalities, they only appointed chairpersons, but we don't have, the members are not yet appointed. And I must indicate, Chairperson, that from the province side, we constantly engage with the municipalities, trying to understand where are they in terms of the establishment of these committees, and to such an extent that we are in the process now to ensure that we write formally and request them to do so, because non-establishment it has implication in terms of the municipality to adhere and comply with the law. But to indicate that in our municipalities, the only full-time members are the chairpersons. Other members are just part-time, and in Gauteng, we don't have any office bearers sitting in MPAC committees. As I was reading Section 79 of the MSA, there are certain obligations that are now, which is mandatory, that the MPACs must ensure that they report in terms of undertaking their duties. And I must indicate that National DCOC has developed a template where they require municipalities to report on quarterly basis on what the MPACs are now doing. And to this date, in terms of the terms of reference, we have 5 municipalities who indicated that they've adopted the new terms of reference for their MPACs, and some are still working on those terms of reference. And City of Tshwane, Sedibeng, they've not reported their status as of to date. And we have our MPACs, their sittings, yes, there's numbers there that indicated their quarterly sittings, but over and above, now they need to start to report in terms of how far are they on interrogating the AG's report together with the management report and the audit committee comments. They also need to indicate how far they are in interrogating the internal audit reports together with management comments and audit committee report on those internal audit reports. And also indicate in your own initiatives whether you've requested council to give you mandate to investigate on any other issues. And if such has been done, you also need to report. And it is indicated that your report must go through the Speaker's office and be tabled to council. So you also need to report whether any reports that you've submitted via the Speaker's office, whether they were tabled in council. And over and above, the recommendations that you've tabled through the Speaker, how many of those are being disposed of by council. So currently the system is still piloted in KZN and Eastern Cape, but in future, municipalities through the MPAC support will be requested to upload their reports that are being tabled to council together with those recommendations. And we need also from our side to monitor whether the recommendations of MPAC are being discharged by the administration in municipalities. This is the status of the Oversight Report on the 2021 financial year. And we know that due to the COVID issues, some of the workings of the MPACs were impaired, but also due to the change and the appointment of the new term of council and the appointment of new members of MPAC, some of the work were also affected to ensure compliance with the legislation and particularly the MFMA. So hence we have 55% compliance status of the tabling of the annual report. But what is worrying to date, Chairperson, is that we have City of Joburg, Tshwane, and Rand-West, Merafong, Sedibeng, and Mfuleni still not yet approved their 2021 oversight reports. And this is the implication that we're talking about, to say Rand-West and Merafong to date, if they don't have MPACs, it means that they are not dealing with the oversight mandate they're supposed to do in terms of the legislation. But additional to that is that Sedibeng they have tabled their oversight report to council. However, we're still waiting for the submission of that council resolution and the report. And then Mfuleni and Tshwane, they are still busy with the hearings. And we don't have comment from City of Joburg. Now, in terms of the support that we are providing, next slide, Chairperson. In terms of the support that we're providing to municipalities on the UIFW expenditure support is that we have project deliverables, and deliverable number 1 is that the service provider must provide us with the SE's report, which provides the status quo on the effectiveness of the systems in municipalities dealing with UIFW expenditure, and also identify areas that require attention. Those areas will be areas of weaknesses, and broadly, they need to provide recommendations in terms of improvements. Stage 2 of the project is the development of the implementation plan with clear timelines and covering all the work that needs to be done throughout the duration. And step 3 is the documentation of the standard operating procedures with step-by-step processes on internal controls to be put in place to identify, prevent, reduce, and implement consequence management. And currently we are at stage 4, whereby standard electronic templates for the recording of UIFW must be developed, and this is where we are gearing towards deliverable number 5 on the compliance framework dealing with UIFW and the investigations of UIFW and consequence management. And I must indicate that through the systems and processes of municipalities, some work is being done by the municipalities themselves. There are investigations that are happening and that are being channeled through the processes of municipalities. But what we're trying to do from our side is to ensure that we have a way of doing things, that things are being documented so that it's institutionalized. Whenever certain people, they leave the organizations, this work must not fall through. So in the next slide, Chairperson, is that currently a detailed implementation plan with activities has been developed, and currently we have assisted REN West with the reduction strategy, and this has been adopted by Council, and we are busy assisting City of Tshwane. And together in doing that, the UIFW registers are being developed, and this is the ongoing process, Chairperson, because we started with the previous historical background of municipalities from 16-17 financial year, and we're trying to make sense of, classifying the expenditures and compiling a detail, but at the simultaneously we're having the high-level UIFW registers for the municipalities. And the standard operating procedures, yes, have been developed. The compliance checklist also is being developed for tenders and quotations. And we must indicate that the delays on some of the work is that some information we cannot locate from municipalities. So these are some of the challenges that we are facing. Then also we're assisting them to develop an investigation case registers, and these were assessed as part of the reduction strategies in order to identify cases that could possibly be referred for forensic investigations. And then cases have been clarified and categorized per level of importance and recommendation made on steps to be taken forward to address the issues. And lastly, we developed contract registers for the 2 municipalities. The support for MPACs, this is provided in terms of Schedule 1 of the MSA, Section Act 32 of 2000 as amended. And like I indicated that previously, we have trained 150 councillors on accountability and ethical conduct. And the rationale for this is that the NCOP and the AG highlighted that there's critical challenge facing local government, specifically on the lack of accountability and good governance. And evident is the regress on the audit outcomes of municipalities. So furthermore, the AG maintained that this is due to the failures both leadership and management to fulfill their oversight function. And the only viable solution, according to the AG, is to improve the performance on local government. Is for leadership and management to set a tone by being more accountable and adhering to laws that govern the municipality. And this is the reason specifically why we trained the councillors on this specific training. And by the end of the training on accountability and ethical conduct for councillors and officials, we'll be able to demonstrate that competencies are gained through the accountability and ethical conduct, promotion of ethical behavior, understanding the principles of ethics in municipal environment, understanding the ethical principle, standard and professional, and the conduct on how to apply this knowledge in real life. And Chairperson, we've seen throughout the financial years that MPACs are normally interrogating the oversight reports of municipalities, and they will raise number of issues that are so pertinent that needs attention. But at the end of the report, they will set their recommendations to council as council to approve the oversight report without reservations. And these are some of the things that we are appealing to our MPACs to say, we need to now start to interrogate the recommendations that we're making to council, whether at the end of the day, this will promote, the accountability and ethical conduct within the municipality. Will they promote the ethical behavior and so forth? These are the things that we need to take forward. And in terms of the planned support, the rationale again is for MPAC and other Section 79 committees to deliver on their mandate and to promote effective governance within municipalities. It is vital that MPACs and other Section 79 members are really skilled, and as such, the learning program was developed, designed, and accredited for councillors with oversight function, including Section 79 MPACs. And these are the qualifications that I was talking about. The first one is the National Certificate on Local Government for Councillor Practice at NQF Level 3, the Further Education and Training Certificate, Leadership and Development, and the National Certificate on Public Finance, Management and Administration at Level 5. And to date, we have 115 councillors, that includes MPACs, which were trained on the NQF level 3, 4, and 5. And this talks to the previous term of MPACs. So going forward, we're saying the Learning Skills Program is aimed at promoting effective oversight and ensure accountable and good corporate governance amongst municipalities. And in putting together this learning program is that the 3 certificate programs are aligned to these SAQA accreditations. And again, we try to, as much as we can, to pitch this learning material to our MPACs that it must adhere to the adult learning principles. It must be more of audiovisual aids. It must involve experts. It must be interactive, and it's a modular. It has modular unit standards, but it also have relevant case studies that are practical to ensure that there's group exercise, practical individual exercises for portfolio and compilation. And we try as much to appeal to our MPAC members that the case studies are not far-fetched from where you are. You need to develop and take those from your own municipalities. And should it resonate to what you are doing in class, surely that must be demonstrated by the outcome that you're going to conduct oversight in your own municipalities. And we are partnering with LGCTA, AG, Provincial Treasury, DCOG, and SALGA. And at the end of the skill programs, we need to see our MPACs possessing the following competencies: financial management, IDP processes, good governance, accountability and ethical conduct, leadership, monitoring and evaluation, problem solving and analysis, judgment and decision making, communication, collaboration in local government environment, results and quality focus. So in the next MTEF period, that is the 3 financial years, COGTA now has fully successfully appointed a panel of service providers that will facilitate the MPACs skills program. And in the current financial year 2022-23, the first rollout of the 3-year plan will commence. Letters have been forwarded to the speakers of our municipalities. And in addition to that, municipalities have been requested to submit nominations and commitments. And the skill programs will commence in the second quarter of 2022-23 financial year. And municipalities, again, are continuously engaged and supported through the GMIP processes and any other initiatives that emanating from thereof. As much as we understand that there's challenges in our municipalities in terms of inadequate human and financial resources to effectively discharge the MPAC oversight, we also understand that there's low investigation and on unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. Also, the non-implementation of MPAC recommendations by municipalities, especially where Council has resolved on this recommendation. Also, the other challenges that we've noted is the impact of COVID-19, which hampered the oversight role of MPACs, including the finalization and submission of the Oversight Report. Additionally, the none or lack of reporting of the MPAC work to the province for monitoring and provision of the targeted support. And due to the limited to no capacity and resources, municipalities find themselves at different stages of implementing and institutionalizing the ethics in their organization. With the conclusion of local government elections, municipalities are also requiring a renewed buy-in and commitment into ethics program for leadership. And we say we are aware of these challenges from our municipalities. Maybe it's time now that we start to do things differently and get a buy-in from what the Amendment Act is giving to our MPACs and start to do and report our work. That is the most important part, because we don't seem enough seem enough to report what the MPACs are doing in municipalities, as such that they are deemed to be not effective. But now we need to start and report our work so that we see how far are we in terms of addressing these challenges. And lastly, Chairperson, by way of recommendations, that we recommend that SCOPA take note of our presentation. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kosi. Let me just indicate the following. I know it was a mouthful, but remember that the other presentations are also going to touch on some of the things. So it's better to discuss everything at once. But secondly, I'm not sure if they have already sent you the presentations. If not, you have sent them, okay. Yeah, they are being sent to your emails. Unfortunately, if you didn't bring your gadget, either your phone, not the Motorola, the phone, you might not get the presentation right now. I'm saying so because I know some of you are far away from the screens and you can't see what's happening. So they're going to try and send you emails, and otherwise you will get this even beyond this. But secondly, is that I wanted to apologize about the noise, but I think they've sorted it out here. So thank you very much. Let's move on now to Gauteng Provincial Treasury. You'll see when they make presentation that some of the areas are almost similar because we're giving them a mandate jointly to deal with some of the matters. So their presentation might not be that long, but I'm not saying they mustn't present what they have. They must present what they have, but you'll see some of the things almost overlap. Over to you, yes. Will you be able to control it yourself, or if not, I'll control it for you. It's still fine.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning to the members of SCOPA. Good morning to the Municipal MPAC members, and good morning to my colleagues in the provincial government. My name is Owen Witboy. I'm the Deputy Director General, responsible for local government finance within the Provincial Treasury, and I work very closely with my colleagues in COCTA, as well as SALGA, in terms of this particular space. And Chair, as you have alluded, yes, there are very much similarities and very close ties to what my colleague in COCTA has already presented. And I'll also try not to duplicate what my colleague have presented. But I think, Chair, just to start with the letter that you've written us, and I think you were very specific to say the kind of presentation that will be required from the Provincial Treasury. And when I look at it, you made reference to say that support to MPACs need to be clearly stated, and this refers specifically to MPACs and not to municipalities in general. Chair, I want us to reflect on that particular statement. I think one of the things that, as we have been engaging with MPAC members over the years, there's always been an interest from MPAC members to understand the use, the utilization, and also how to analyze and interpret budgets, financial statements, the annual report, and some of the day-to-day activities within the municipalities. So I want to make the appeal to this committee that certainly when we look at what MPACs require, that we maybe need to shift the envelope a bit in capacitating MPAC members, because ultimately, yes, you are MPAC members, but broader than that, you are also councillors, and you will deal with these things within a council environment very, very importantly. So I'm going to touch on that. I'm going to try and skip a bit of slides where I think myself and Butlali might duplicate each other. But Chair, I think it will be remiss of me not to make this statement just from a context perspective. I think one of the things, and I think councillors would agree with me, that so much has been entrusted to local government, if you look at it. And ultimately, we all in this room, we live in a municipality, we live in a locality, we live in a ward where municipal services are required. I think you would agree with me, members. And what I'm saying is that local government is so important. I mean, you look at the population of Gauteng, we have 16 million people living here, and local government is entrusted with that responsibility to look after the basic needs of the community. But I always say the services that municipalities do might be deemed as basic, but they are not. They affect the lives of ordinary citizens, but also they have an impact on the economic environment of our country. Because if municipalities are not able to deliver on basic services, manage the infrastructure, municipalities and affect the lives of citizens, but also affect the life of business who creates economic opportunity. I think it's important that we need to just re-emphasize the importance of local government and why we're doing what we're doing. I think the other thing for me, Chair, that I also just want to say is that, and this is just an appeal from my side, having practiced in local government for some time, and I think as much as we are presenting to this committee, Chair, I know I'm pushing the boundary slightly here with this statement, but I think it's an important statement to make from a Treasury perspective. And I want to say to councillors and to municipalities in particular, that our appeal to you, when we do oversight, when we send you an oversight report, when we make the effort, as Butlali had indicated, in terms of our technical oversight work, the basic thing that we are asking from you as a municipality is that you must make sure that you govern well. That's important. We look at the sustainability of local government, and at the apex of that is governance. And the other thing I also want to say, Chair, is that you govern law-abiding, and very importantly, that it is done so in full compliance of the law. Otherwise, if we don't have those ingredients in terms of governance, we are deemed to fail. And I just wanted to make that point, Chair, by way of introduction. I know that was a long intro, but I think it's important just to lay the context. Chair, just in terms of the slides, and I'm going to try and see if I can. You'll see we've covered 3 areas in terms of the slides. And again, Chair, we noted the resolutions from SCOPA. Butlali, I think, to a great extent, have spoken about that resolutions. I think one of the other things that we must acknowledge about the role of the Provincial Treasury, and this is a line that we've taken and an agreement that we have with COCTA, in that COCTA will lead on governance and service delivery matters, and that we will lead in terms of finance matters. But I must also say, Chair, and to councillors, that when you look at legislation in terms of municipal finance, there are particular areas where we need to collaborate with COCTA, and where COCTA is also leading in terms of some of those areas. And MPAC being a particular structure in a municipality where COCTA and SALGA is leading, but as Provincial Treasury, we provide a supportive and a leading role on finance matters. So I just wanted to emphasize that point. Chair, and also I think what I'm going to try and do in the slides is also just to reflect, and I know that the point was around training, capacity building, and support, and not only to Section 80 committees and Section 79 committees as well. And yes, there is a distinction between that roles, but one of the things that I think we need to potentially mature to, Chair, is how do we get these structures to integrate and collaborate with each other? Because ultimately what you do influences another committee within the municipality. And I think we need to grow to that particular level where we cross-collaborate. And I think particularly for your question in the resolution, how do we get members from particular committees to potentially add value in another committee based on the oversight work that they do? And I think we need to look at that. Chair, and I'm just quickly going to go into the first slide. And again, I know I'm speaking to the converted, but I'm also mindful that we have a lot of new councillors in our municipalities. And I know you have been taken through length in terms of what the law says, how MPACs are constituted, and very importantly, and I think one of the things that we recognize, you are established in terms of resolutions of council, and council giving the mandate to SCOPA in terms of the work that you need to do. But let me skip that one. Chair, I think for me, just in terms of this particular slide, and Butlali has spoken at length about this, but I want to touch on the last bullet on this particular slide, where we are saying that a council resolution on the establishment of MPAC, it's very important that it must be clear. Now, I can potentially, Butlali, venture here to say, if we take all 11 municipalities in this room, you go look at the terms of reference of all of these 11 municipalities, and the mandate that council has given them, one could potentially see differentiation in terms of what they need to do. And I think, Chair, from a SCOPA perspective, you might want to see, how do we bring uniformity across some of the governance elements of these structures and the powers that a municipal council has assigned to MPAC members. Maybe just something to explore, Chair, and to look at. And I think particularly so when you look at it in terms of the delegations, the powers and functions of the MPAC members. And I think also very important is that one need to look at the dispute mechanisms that sit in MPACs. One of the things that I find very difficulty in, when I go and present at times to MPAC members and they tell me that officials hinder them in terms of their oversight work. Officials are not cooperative in terms of the oversight work. And then the first question I ask is, what is the governance arrangements of MPAC? What is the dispute mechanisms of MPAC? Because if MPACs are not assisted, there are other institutions within the municipality that are responsible for enabling the work of MPACs. And I then ask the question, what is the role of the Speaker as a head of council to intervene? And where we have that challenge, Chair, I think it's important as SCOPA that you might want to look at, where referrals are sent back into the administration of a municipality and how the administration responds in a beyond my boundary. But where we have this continuation of actions like that, I think the firm question to ask and the rightful question of MPAC members to ask, where is consequence management in terms of those particular actions? Because if officials fail in their duty to empower you with information to exercise your oversight role, you are going to fail as MPAC, and ultimately your council is going to fail because you cannot produce very important oversight reports that need to be tabled in council. So, Chair, maybe just some pointers in terms of this. Chair, I want to go to the next slide, and I just really want to stand still a bit here, if you'll allow me, Chair. Now, as I've indicated before, as GPT, we acknowledge that MPACs is a governance structure of council. And when you look at the oversight work of COCTA, you look at the oversight work of SALGA and Treasury, we have specific mandates. And one of the things that I do acknowledge is that my colleagues in COCTA, we see them as our leading entity, but we lead in terms of finance matters. The other point I just want to make, Chair, is that when you look at these duties in terms of Section 79 that Butlal has also mentioned in terms of MPACs, now let me go to them individually. I think it's important that I do so just so that you can understand, yes, your role is to look at these functions, but the broader question that and the input that I want to give you is, yes, municipal officials, they do work within this particular space. They have a duty to report to you. And I think for me, the suggestion to you as MPAC members is to ask yourself, beyond what officials are presenting us as councillors, there are certainly other oversight structures that are producing oversight reports that could empower me as a councillor in exercising some of the duties that I have within MPAC. And I want to empower you with that information today. Now, when you look at the Auditor General's report, yes, the AG would come and present to you, they would make certain recommendations. But it doesn't stop there. As COCTA, as a provincial treasury, we are also doing work in this particular space, and very much analytical work in terms of the findings of the Auditor General. For example, one of the things that we do look at, even before, and I think there's nothing stopping MPAC from asking, if you have tabled a draft set of annual financial statements to the Auditor General on an annual basis, one of the things that we're saying and that we advocate in municipalities, when you present the annual financial statements, you must also present a draft annual report accompanying the annual financial statements to the Auditor General. Now that might sound a bit technical, but it's important in terms of what is being said in the financial statements and the annual report. Now, as a provincial treasury, working with COCTA, we do a high-level review of the draft annual financial statements. And I can tell you, MPAC members, you might have an interest in terms of what the provincial treasury is finding in terms of these draft Fs that are being put to the Auditor General. And again, it's a proactive input for you to consider as you're doing your oversight work. Now, one of the other things post the audit that we do with COCTA, and my colleague referred to the Operation Clean Audit Committee. Now, in the Operation Clean Audit Committee, what we do there is COCTA and Treasury, we do a detailed analysis. Now, once you have your audit report, municipalities are required to prepare an audit action plan, right? It indicates the findings, and it also indicates how the municipalities will go about in addressing the Auditor General's findings. Now, what I want to appeal to you is, you might find an interest to ask, you know what, I would like to see what COCTA and Treasury is saying about these audit action plans. What is the view of these oversight bodies? Because I can confirm to you, councillors, it will empower you also to monitor proactively in terms of what's coming through the performance of the municipality when you have to deal with the final annual report and the annual financial statements. Now, when we go to the second bullet in terms of the review of the internal audit reports, together with the comments of the management committee, the audit committee, and to make recommendations to council. Now, as a provincial treasury, again working with COCTA, we do very detailed work in terms of what, and remember, these are very important structures within the municipality that is supposed to support your governance role in the municipality. So we take a keen interest in the work that internal audit activities, and this is a nice smart word for internal audit units within the municipality, in terms of the effectiveness of the internal audit committees. We're also looking and we also analyze what we call audit risk-based plans, and obviously this will be the plan that an internal audit unit will undertake in terms of the audit work. So we also do a detailed assessment in terms of that, and we then advise the municipality. Now, I want to appeal to MPAC members to take an interest in that, because ultimately what is going through that particular work will end up eventually in the annual report. So take an interest in that and ask for the information. It is readily available. I also want to share with you, when you go to bullet number 3, in terms of the oversight report on the annual report. And again, Chair, I really want to appeal and humbly ask MPACs, invite the Treasury to come and talk about our findings on the annual report. We spend, councillors, a lot of time and a lot of technical expertise in analyzing the work that municipalities are doing, the reports that you are producing, and you will find valuable insights in the work that we do. Now, some municipalities, they do take us up on the offer to come and present our findings on the annual report, and normally it's during the period of when you need to do the oversight work on the annual report. And we produce under the auspices of the MEC for Finance, we would write to the chairperson of MPAC the findings in terms of the annual report. And that we normally send around April, so we would have just recently, Chair, concluded a technical assessment on the annual reports. Chair, the other thing I just want to mention is that, yes, and you'll see in the slides coming, we're talking about some of the support that we've given. But I want to appeal to yourselves as MPACs. And again, we are not coming in as Big Brother, we are not coming in as finger pointing, but what we are coming in as an advisory and a supportive role to yourself as MPACs in exercising your duties when you look at the annual report. Chair, I will move on. If I can just go to the next slide. And really, this is just talking about the work that we have done. Now, when we look at municipal budgets, and I want to stand here just quickly if you'll allow me. Now, municipalities, when you look at their budget, when you pick up a municipal budget document and you look at the financial period for which a budget is compiled, is normally compiled over a 7-year horizon period. In other words, you'll find the previous 2 years audited financial results, you'll also find the current year's budget, and then you'll find the adjustment budget, and then you'll find the pre-audited numbers, and then what you'll find is the outlook for the next 2 years in terms of what the municipality is planning to do in terms of their budget. And I specifically said to my team that when we come here, I want members to get a sense of over the last 7 years, what we have done to support municipalities in terms of support work, and I really want to, I want SCOPA also to see, the kind of support that we've given to municipalities. And as Butlali had correctly said, we find MPACs are constituted, we find financial disciplinary boards are constituted, and the question always becomes why, in certain cases, they are not effective. Yet we are providing this particular training. Is there a deeper rooted challenge related to the training that we are providing? And again, I think that's a discussion that we need to have to say, are we packaging our training correctly? Shouldn't it be more specific to a municipality? And I've certainly taken that approach with municipal officials, that when we do training on accounting standards, I don't want theory stuff. I can send municipal officials to the university to get theory. The way we've crafted is, and we designed it specifically according to the audit findings, and then we structure the training accordingly. So, Chair, I want to give members just an insight into what we've been doing with COCTA and SALGA in terms of the training that we've provided. So when you look at it, and I'm going back far back as 2015 in terms of the support that we've given, and Butlali has also spoken at length about it. But you can see, Chair, we've started way back, and even earlier than that, in terms of UIFW expenditure training. You can see also, we've provided training in terms of the MPAC Good Governance Practice Guide. We've done a lot of work in terms of accountability and oversight. And specifically, Chair, when we introduced the municipal regulations on financial misconduct, we provided quite extensive training to MPACs and to the boards that have been established. Now, one of the things that I do have a challenge with, Chair, and really I want SCOPA to make a resolution around this, is testing the functionality and the effectiveness of MPACs and also the financial disciplinary boards. I think as oversight departments, we can do so much in terms of the establishment, support, and training. But I think at some point we need to start asking stronger and deeper governance questions about the effectiveness of these structures. And again, we do have functional MPACs, we do have functional DC boards in some of our municipalities, but there is a large extent where it's not functional and where findings are not addressed. I mean, you can look at some of the oversight reports. Not all of the municipalities are adopting them on an annual basis. I mean, you look at UIFW expenditure. I mean, it's ballooning, it's increasing, and we don't find investigations being conducted as prescribed in terms of the MFMA around some of these. Chair, I'm gonna move quick. But again, I just wanted to give members a sense of some of the training that we've done. And you can see members consistently training on UIFW expenditure, and specifically also focusing on that year's audit results of a municipality and all of the municipalities in the province. Also, Chair, you can see a lot of focus and training around on MPAC and the toolkit and the guide that has been provided to our municipalities. And you can see, Chair, there are some municipalities that are recurrently asking us to come back, and we don't mind. I mean, we are prepared to do so. I mean, even if a councillor tells me, listen, man, you've presented this thing to me 5 times, I still don't understand. We will come back to you as a municipality. Don't stop asking for the support. And that is just a humble appeal from my side, Chair. Chair, I've said a mouthful. I think for me, the other thing that we're going to have to grapple with, probably very more pertinently, is around the municipal misconduct regulation and the work of the financial disciplinary boards. And those boards, particularly established also to assist you as an impact in terms of the investigative work that you do. But I think one of the things that we need to acknowledge is that a financial disciplinary board only deals with matters of a financial nature in terms of the investigations. Whether if it's HR matters, if it's service delivery matters, obviously there are other structures to deal with some of those. Chair, let me, again, as Butlali has covered quite a few of the stuff that we've been dealing with. Just in terms of the new MPAC members, one of the things that I want to appeal, Chair, and again to MPAC, and I'm really asking you to think about your mandate. I'm asking you to think about the things that you have been assigned by council to deal with. And I'm also asking you to think about what are some of the value adds that are going to help you and assist you in more effectively conducting your oversight role. And I would really like to hear from yourself where you see us playing a pertinent role over and above of the things that we've presented here today to yourself. That insight, Chair, would be very helpful, especially as we're starting now a new term of local government. Chair, I'm going to go quickly to my last slide, and I'm going to end it here because, like I said, Butlali has covered most of them. Chair, I think for me, I just want to stand on the last bullet here. Now, what is important for us is that in terms of the MFMA, UIFW expenditure, and again, if I'm speaking to the converted, my apologies, but I think for the record, it's important that I say it, that UIFW expenditures, Chair, in terms of Section 32, for me as a mandatory requirement, Chair, in fact, it should be written clearly in the scope, in the terms of reference and the mandate of the Municipal Impact Committee. That's important. And I think we shouldn't stop there. I think each council should be specific to say, beyond just that legal framework, what do we expect of the impact to do and to achieve? But I think also very importantly, in terms of that TOR, and I'm taking advantage that we are dealing with a new term of impact, that impact be clear in terms of the resource requirements in terms of supporting impact. And Chair, I want to ask SCOPA to specifically, take a keen interest in that, in supporting these impacts in terms of that. I think as oversight bodies, we will do our due part in terms of training, capacity building, the technical stuff. We're always available to do that. But it's just my appeal, Chair, that you look at that particular ambit in terms of the mandate of impacts and take a keen interest in terms of that. Chair, and I think for me also what is very important is around the UIFW reduction strategy. Now, this is a new element that, National Treasury and COCTA National has been pushing so that we can get municipal councils to be a bit more accountable in terms of managing the dealings with UIFW. And MPACs, this will certainly assist you as well. And I think, Chair, what is important maybe going forward, that we get MPACs to come and present that UIFW strategy that their councils have adopted. And maybe not even impact, maybe you can think maybe broader than impact. But I think it's important that SCOPA be taken into confidence in terms of what these municipalities have adopted in terms of the UIFW strategies. And obviously with COCTA, we also have a responsibility to monitor the implementation of the UIFW strategies. Chair, let me end it on that. I would have loved to have spoken a bit more, but thank you very much for the opportunity, and I look forward to the members' questions. And thank you very much for the invitation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Witboy. We are now going to have a presentation by Salga Gauteng. As you would have heard from Mr. Witboy, I'm glad he said it, that we're specific. We don't want general things. We want to be specific on what we're going to be dealing with. So We're going to be now hearing from Salga Gauteng. Let me just indicate, we did have a meeting with them sometime early this year, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, I think they'll speak for themselves. Thank you very much. Over to you.
Thanks, Chair. Good morning, members. All protocol observed. My name is Mapefo Mgadi from Salga in Gauteng. I'm responsible for municipal finance in the province. I'm not sure who's projecting it. Okay, thank you very much. We will cover the support that we have provided immediately after the local government election, and also the support that will be rolled out going forward in terms of the mandate that we have received. I don't know whether it's working. Okay. It's not.
It's not moving.
It's not moving on my side, so I hope I'm not delaying.
Can you be helped? It's not.
Perhaps let me just continue in terms of the overview. Okay, there are no batteries. Should I continue, Chair?
Yes, yes, you can continue, and then we'll catch up with you as you move here. I hope that you will be able to take notes as and when everything is up and running. Oh, there we go.
Okay, thank you very much. In terms of the overview, as indicated earlier on, we'll just give a background in terms of the support program that we have within the organization, and also highlight on the current support that we have rolled out and the transfer support that we are providing to MPAC members, and further speak about the proposals that we have on the table in terms of collaboration going forward, and provide recommendations for members for approval. I don't know who's moving.
Press the green.
Okay,
Okay,
it's
let
now
me help you with
moving.
that one.
Okay, now it's moving. It's fine. The organization have a program called Municipal Audit Support Program. It was launched in 2014. Mainly, it was based on the fact that when AG pronounces municipal outcomes to various municipalities, and there are common findings around them, and most of them are regarding the low response in terms of leadership or governance issues, the issues of application of consequence management in municipalities, and issues of instability in terms of change of leadership within our respective municipality, and the skill development in terms of the leadership that we are appointing. They are really skilled in terms of articulating the responsibilities that they have to do on day-to-day basics. So from Salga's side, the MASP was conceptualized and also clustered into 4 pillars to address those kind of challenges. And the first pillar was with regard to leadership, just to look into governance issues within the municipalities, and also institutional capacity issues, and more and above to look into the financial element or component. In previously within the organization, we used to provide support individually to municipalities. So it was then proposed that it should be coordinated. Different departments should come together, and when we engage municipalities, we go as a team rather than individual, to ensure that we add value in our respective work. And more and about that, we also as an organization ensure that we focus not only on red municipalities, red I mean the disclaimers and qualified municipalities, but also to look broadly on municipalities who are receiving unqualified but with more audit findings. As indicated earlier on, we usually scope the support based on the AG findings, And the most common findings that we recently find in most municipalities across, there are issues of your supply chain, the non-compliance with the regulations, the issues of record keeping in various municipalities. Documents are not provided on time when AG is on site to provide their responsibility in terms of auditing, the issue of accountability and consequence management in various municipalities, the application of MSCOA, and issues of the financial well-being of municipalities. In general, the compliance with regard to Municipal Finance Management Act. So you may ask yourself, why did we conceptualize the particular program? It was based on the fact that at the end of the day, we'll want to have the leadership that is well capacitated by providing guidance and booklets that could guide them on daily basis, and also ensure that as an organization, we have frameworks that we develop internally and are being shared with our members. We also provide peer learning sessions within the organizations. We provide workshops, COCTA Treasury, they also alluded on it. We also provide accredited trainings together with the two departments. If possible, with regard to hands-on support, we have what we call the technical support and advisory support. So in most cases, it will depend whether the municipality, they need a physical person to be there on daily basis, or the support can be provided online. And we also profile the work that we are undertaking within the organization in terms of issuing publications or coordinating knowledge sharing among municipalities. With regard to the support that we are mandated to provide to respective municipalities in the province, firstly, immediately after the local government election, we had what you call a generic integrated councillor induction. This was mainly for all the councillors, and we then zoomed into the specific one, which is called finance-based induction. So we have coordinated it in partnership with COCTA and Gauteng Treasury in the province, and also we were joined by SARS in coordinating it. This particular one zoomed into financial issues only, and it did not incorporate any other issues. I thought, Chair, it will also be imperative just to share the attendance from different regions. From Sidiben's side, Chair, we had 80% participation from our MPAC members. It was held on the 15th to 18th to 16th of September, and all municipalities were well represented, even though some MPAC members could not make it. With regard to the Metros one, Chair, it took place on the 7th to the 8th of April, and from City of Johannesburg and Ekurhuleni, we had 100% participation. City of Tshwane, they couldn't make it due to a council meeting that was taking place on the same date, Chair. With regard to the Western region, Chair, we had 100% participation from Western District, and the two locals, which is Mogale and Ren West, at least it was 80%. From Mogale, we were envisaged to have 15 members, but unfortunately none attended the session. One also thought that perhaps it will also be beneficial for members just to share the pictures in terms of the attendance and the deliberations. The MPAC members were very committed, Chair, and they also engaged in terms of the discussions for both sessions. So these were the pictures for Western regions and the cities one, and also the WRDM one. So in terms of the agenda or discussions which were documented, I will not deliberate them fully because members have already touched on them, but those were the areas which were covered during the training. The first one was just around the segregation of functions between Section 79 and 80 committees, and the issue of the functions of MPACs in various municipalities, and the separation of responsibilities between MPACs and disciplinary boards, the UIFW reduction strategy that the two departments have already alluded on, the issue of the assessment of annual reports by MPAC members, the MPAC monitoring tool, and the SARS compliance-related issues, and the challenge around record keeping in various municipalities. Chair, what we have noticed in the past, we will roll out trainings and we do not go back to members, assess or gauge the performance of the organization in terms of providing those trainings. So in this particular area, Chair, an assessment was done just to check whether the trainings were beneficial for members or not. And what we have received from members is to say, going forward, there is a need also to incorporate the sessions for MPACs and Section 80, just for them to have a better understanding on issues of financial management, and they don't waste time in engaging or deliberating or arguing on matters. And also they have made a proposal to say there is a need to have breakaways session or practical example be shared with members or research so that a broader understanding is being shared with members while attending trainings. And they also indicated a concern that sometimes trainings are provided and there are no refresher courses that have been provided in between. So they will encourage that such be arranged going forward. The only challenge that we had, Chair, it was that during the trainings, most municipalities, they had to call agent council. So some members could not make it due to that particular responsibility. With regard to transversal support that we provide to MPAC, Chair, as an organization, currently we have developed a consequence management framework that was rolled out to members previously. However, based on the fact that we now do have new members, we have undertaken a responsibility to provide refresher courses going forward for the new MPAC members. And secondly, due to the record-keeping challenges, Chair, in different municipalities, especially with the provision of documents during audit time, the organization also developed a record management toolkit, and trainings will be conducted to MPAC members in terms of utilizing that particular guideline. As an organization, Chair, we also do peer learning session or twinning arrangements between municipalities to ensure that they are able to learn from one another. We also developed what we call good practice guide on financial management, and we are in the process of identifying few municipalities just to launch it and pilot it and see if it will be beneficial for our members. And from our side, Chair, we are also open for any other training needs that municipalities will indicate to us and will roll them out. Currently, we have also developed what we call online support program to allow members on their spare time to go online and check what kind of support they could get, especially when they are alone and reading documentation and they don't know where to refer. So we are also planning to launch it to few municipalities in the province and see if it will be beneficial going forward. Chair, in terms of proposed collaboration, as an organization, we have been in discussions with Gauteng Provincial Legislature, especially, particularly you, Chair, as a chair of SCOPA, with the intention of proposing a support structure mainly for MPACs. This is based on the fact that there is one for national, but unfortunately is not for a lack of a better word, is not functioning properly due to coordination challenges. So we thought perhaps as a province, if we can establish one mainly for MPACs, it will also be beneficial for members to have open discussions in terms of the challenges that they are experiencing within their space of work and see how best members they can assist themselves. I know, Chair, currently they do come and sit in this session, but in your opening remarks, you did deliberate that this is mainly for departments, not for municipalities. Perhaps it's something that one is throwing to the meeting for consideration and see how best we can do it. And just to also, Chair, indicate the background behind it, we were providing support to City of Johannesburg, and the city indicated that perhaps there is a need to do a metropolitan MPAC support structure nationally. And when we had discussion with your office, Chair, they said, let's start in the province rather than to go nationally so that we can gauge and assess whether it's working or not. And then later on, we can now roll it out nationally. So it's one proposal that we are putting to the members. The second one, Chair, This one is aligned to the district model that is being introduced. We are saying, Chair, perhaps there is a need to encourage the MPAC members at their district region to have their own MPAC forums and sit monthly or quarterly just to ensure that they share information and they also assist one another in terms of conducting their day-to-day responsibilities. We know, Chair, currently municipalities, they don't have such structures. So it's something that we are also throwing to the MPAC chairs in attendance of this meeting to note it and also to take into consideration and if possible, see how best it can benefit all of us. Chair, we are requesting for consideration in terms of the structure for MPACs provincially for all municipalities and also the formation of the district MPAC forums, and also to indicate that with the little research that we have done, we have noted that in most cases when these committees are coordinated by members and they don't have technical skill and capacity that is provided from your COCTAs, your SALGAs, they collapse. So we are also proposing that the 3 department chair delegate full capacity that will provide support to those 2 structures to ensure that they produce fruitful results at the end of the day. And also to avoid duplication of responsibilities. All of us, when we have stand here, Chair, and presenting to yourself, we indicated the trainings that we are providing in various municipalities. Perhaps when they are coordinated in one forum, we will also improve in terms of the trainings or interventions that we are making in our different space. In terms of recommendations, Chair, is for the meeting to note progress in terms of the finance portfolio trainings that we have conducted in various municipalities or regions, and also to note the support that we have planned as an organization to roll it out going forward, and also, Chair, to consider the possibility of establishing district MPACs in various regions within the province. And lastly, the establishment of the MPAC forum for all municipalities in the province, and that will be supported by the 3 departments, SALGA, COCTA, and Gauteng Treasury, and an MOU be signed, Chair, if all parties are in agreement with clear roles and responsibilities to provide support to our members. Thanks, Chair. That will be my submission.
Thank you very much, Ms. Khati. May I request that we take a 15 minutes break. So when we come back, we're going to move just 1 notch up and deal more with political issues, because I know that we are going to be addressed by a structure that represents speakers. So we want to ask that we keep to time. The time now is 11:38 according to my watch. So we should be back at 11:53. 15 minutes break, thank you. May I ask that we close the doors so that we can start? May I be assisted with closing the doors so that they can see that we're starting? May the other door please be closed? I know when you close the door, then they'll see that we are about to start. No, we don't have to. They've got watches. Okay, shall we start now? We are now going to be receiving a presentation from the Gauteng speakers. Can we ask somebody to ask those who are outside just to lower their voices because they are disturbing us inside here? Just ask them to lower their voices. I think you can enjoy tea without making a noise. Okay, we're now going to ask the Gauteng Speakers Forum to make their presentation. I think you are all aware that the Gauteng Speakers Forum is a forum of all the speakers, chaired by the Speaker of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature. Deputy Speaker? Deputy Speaker? Yes, the meeting is on. You know that it's chaired by the Gauteng Speaker, the Speaker of Gauteng, and the Deputy chairs the Deputy Speaker of Gauteng Provincial Legislature, Honorable Mhlakaza Manamela. As its members, it also has speakers of all municipalities. I ask that the door be closed, please, because those people are making a noise for us outside. Is it possible from side that we can have somebody just helping with the door there? Okay, so over to the Speakers Forum. Can the presentation be put up, please? If there is one, unless they are just going to talk to us, which is still fine. You can go ahead, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, please allow me to greet the attendees of this important meeting or forum. Mine is brief, and of course, thanks for the invitation, because we seek to clarify and strengthen our role as the legislature on how we relate with MPAC and what supports do we give to each other. So I'll be introducing our presentation. I hope we're able to flight it. I'm just seeing my reflection here, so I'm not sure if...
Yeah, it was reflected, but it took off. It's going to be, yeah.
Be that as it may, let me continue, Chair. So as our mandate as a legislature, it's important, Chair, when we consider pressures that the state is now facing, incidents of corruption, slow service delivery, and the growing negative perceptions about local government and the local municipality sphere. So it's imperative, Chair, that we must, as public officials, we must uphold the Constitution that some of our major tensions of our time, we therefore have to constantly improve our capacity to carry out the duties as entrusted by the electorate, but importantly, the Constitution. We therefore have to constantly improve our capacity to carry out duties as an oversight body or structure and promote clean, ethical, accountable use of public funds. So, ngamafupi Chair, this is not some joyride, you know, some exercise that must get us out of the office. It's an important meeting, Chair, so that we share ideas, keep track of what we are given as a mandate as per our constitution. So when I say that we must be held accountable and we must see the impact we make, singabe siva nje ukuthi kune impact, but we do not feel or see what it is. So when we are holding each other accountable, Chair, we bring confidence, of course, to the voter out there. So the idea of Gauteng Speakers Forum is to promote cooperation within the legislative sector, which is to share strategic insight of how best to carry out the legislative and oversight mandates of this arm of government. Central to this sharing exercise is the transfer of skills and experience from one level to another, from one municipality to another, and from person to person. Lastly, Chair, by way of introduction, it is in this context that a resolution was taken that the Gauteng Speakers Forum must undertake a capacity building initiative for Municipal Public Accounts Committees to help improve their capacity to discharge their mandates. I'm now going to call on one of our directors who's going to take us through the actual detail of what is our take or posture as Gauteng Speakers Forum, so that we're able to get a sense, those who might not have been in our forums or meetings, they get a sense on what it is that we intend to do and how far we are with our capacity building initiative. Through you, Chair, allow me to call Director Standiwe. Is she here? Oh, okay. Hidden by cameras, obstructed by cameras. Ms. Standiwe Ngubane from GPL, she'll table the presentation of what we are here about, Chair, on our behalf. Thank you very much once again for having us.
Thank you. All right. Thank you, Acting Speaker, who's also a Deputy Chairperson of the Gauteng Speakers Forum, the Chairperson of SCOPA, members of the committee at the GPL, the councillors and chairpersons of MPACs from the municipalities, the Acting Secretary to the Legislature, Executive Directors, the DDG, and senior management and staff compliments from various departments. Good morning. I'm still waiting for the presentation to flight.
Yeah, I think they are working on it down there. I thought it would have been sorted out during break, but I think it took time, so.
Okay, so maybe in the meantime I could as well start with my presentation.
Okay, that will be helpful, thank you.
All right. The outline of my presentation this morning, I'll briefly take you through the introduction of the Gauteng Speakers Forum, for those who've not really been privy to, thank you. For those who've not really been privy to the forum itself, the perspectives of the Gauteng Speakers Forum in as far as support to MPACs is concerned, and Chairperson, I think this was the main focus as per the request to be here today. I would also take you through the status of public accounts committees in municipalities in as far as GSF, which is the Gauteng Speakers Forum, is concerned. Our efforts to strengthen oversight on municipal governance and legislative scrutiny through SCOPA and MPACs, the support that we have planned to undertake in the current term of local government, then that will be the end of my presentation. Oh, technology. Thank you. Leadership and colleagues, the GSF is anchored on Chapter 3 of the Constitution. I think most of the guests have already spoken about that, so I would not really bore you with that background. But in the spirit of that cooperative governance, we then seek to foster relations with other institutions that share common interest in terms of governance, oversight, public participation, and many other mandates that we have as the legislative sector. And therefore, in that pursuit of cooperation, we cooperated with SALGA, we cooperated with COGTA in Gauteng. We also cooperated with other institutions that are constitutionally established to support our constitutional democracy. And here I'm talking about your Auditor General, your Public Service Commission, just to name a few. Now, what is significant for the Gauteng Speakers Forum is that we have a coordinated approach in our discharge of our oversight mandate, amongst other mandates that we have. So what brings us here today is the emphasis on the legislative oversight. Now, when I go further to elaborate what I mean when I say our emphasis is on the legislative oversight, we seek then to create coherence and standardization with the sector that includes the legislature as well as municipal councils in order to create best practices in the discharge of legislative mandate. We also seek to share parliamentary best practices on oversight, and thus we share lessons cascading from Parliament to the legislature down to the municipal councils. And this is also a two-way street where we also take lessons from municipal councils, cascading up to the legislature and all the way up to our Parliament. And therefore, the Gauteng Speakers Forum was established as a platform in which we share and establish these provincial norms, share the standards as well as best practices for our legislative oversight. Through the forum, we also seek to create capacity building in order to coherently and collaboratively discharge the legislative mandate of the legislative sector as well as municipal councils. Now, when I delve further into the perspective of the Gauteng Speakers Forum in as far as the MPACs are concerned. Chair, I would not bore you with the history of the responsibilities of MPACs. I'll be preaching to the convicted as well as the legislative background that brings us here. I'll skip that and move on to the next slide, which talks to the support that we are discharging and why we think it's necessary as the Gauteng Speakers Forum to discharge that particular support. Now, the challenges that we've identified at the Gauteng Speakers Forum level, in as far as the mandate or the work of the MPACs is concerned, is as follows. Number one, there is incapacity to eliminate or to reduce unauthorized, irregular, and fruitless and wasteful expenditure. And I think this is a shared understanding with the previous presenters. There's also lack or poor implementation of consequence management, where mismanagement and negligence would have been picked up. There's also a responsibility for MPACs to follow up on matters that they have at their disposal, at least until those mandates are resolved. And there's a feel that there's, at some point, a lack of follow-up or conclusion of some of those matters. There's also inadequate or incapacity in the members of MPACs in general to deal with the matters that are brought before them. And another issue that we would have picked up is that there might not be sufficient time for the members of the MPACs to process matters that they are dealing with. Chair, the law is very clear that committees in the local sphere of government, or committees rather, are established based on the available resources, and we appreciate that this happens when there are insufficient resources, both financially and personnel. Now, this is just a slight overview also of why we think support to the MPACs is crucial. We've recently had a meeting with AG where they presented the status of financial and performance reporting in the Gauteng municipalities. And the picture that was painted is that at least 2 of the municipalities in Gauteng received unqualified audits with no findings. whereas all other municipalities had qualified audit with findings. And therefore, this regression in audit outcomes become one of the issues that we need to collaboratively tackle as a sector. Now tie up what we're doing to the mandates of the GPL. First, we have that mandate of lawmaking, and as a Gauteng Speakers Forum, we seek to empower the MPACs in as far as the legislation that applies in the municipal space is concerned. That could also be through the bylaws that are made in the municipalities, as well as the execution of those bylaws. And we have SCOPAs and MPACs that play that critical role in ensuring that the public resources that are made available at our disposal are efficiently and effectively and economically utilized. And it is in the spirit of corporate governance that I began with that we seek then, as the GSF, to capacitate MPACs so that they effectively and efficiently discharge their oversight and accountability over the committees or the council at their disposal. Next slide, Chair. Our other mandate also that brings us here is that of oversight. And we have, through the Gauteng Speakers Forum, a task team on oversight and accountability, which seeks to deliberate and unpack the roles of MPACs amongst other committees that we have in the legislative sector. And we believe that MPACs are a critical component in holding the executive accountable, and therefore they discharging their oversight and political oversight is very crucial, and we need to have governance structures that are efficient and effective in that corner. And through the task team on oversight and leadership, GSF has put a structure where municipalities could benchmark and share ideas of conducting public hearings, as one example, in order to ensure that there is transparency and accountability in the manner in which the public funds are used. And I'm using this example, Chair, because this is one of the areas that has been drastically affected by COVID. And therefore, we seek to share best practices in that space. And it is through MPACs that we'll be able to restore that public trust through effective, open, and transparent governance. And therefore, we'll be able to enhance the public confidence in government that we have since lost. And our other mandate, Chair, as far as MPACs is concerned, is that of public participation. On the next slide. And through GSF also, we have a task team on public participation, which is established as a platform in which committees in municipalities, including that one of MPACs, could share platforms in as far as public participation is concerned. And it is in this manner in which we get public comments and public inputs and be able to review one another on how we're doing in terms of the discharge of our mandates. And we have a vast of platforms, be it digital or physical, that we share with municipalities. And we do this to entrench and deepen democracy and governance across the province. Our last mandate as the sector that we share with municipal councils, and in particular MPACs, is cooperative governance. And through the Gauteng Speakers Forum, Chair, we have established relations that foster cooperation and alignment between what we do at a provincial level and what is happening at a local government level. And through this, we've established a good working relation with institutions that support constitutional democracy. And I've mentioned a few that relate to this particular committee. For example, your AG, your public protector, as well as your public service commission. And we have a memorandum of understandings with at least 2 of those, where we seek to enhance the work of the committees. And through this also, we roll out experiences that we've gained when we started with the separation of powers in Gauteng. We also, through the cooperative governance arm of the Gauteng Speakers Forum, receive inputs not only coming from national parliaments also, but coming from your local governments, and we cascade all the way up. And we'd wish to one day convene a conference on local government, governance and accountability, where we would share the best practices in as far as the work of MPACs is concerned. Now, that is just me taking you through the status of MPACs in Gauteng. I would not dwell much on that, Chair, because my sister from COGTA has already covered that area, so we'd move, and as well as the establishment of MPACs at district and local government level. At local municipalities, rather, we'll skip that, it has already been covered. Then I'll move to the support. You've moved very fast. I'll move to the support that we have lined up in the current term of local government to support MPACs. This is along the lines of the commitments that was made in the SCOPA meeting of 2021, where a commitment was made by the Gauteng Speakers Forum to roll out training on MPACs in the current term of local government. And we had to start with that immediately after November. And we appreciate, Chair, that there were delays in some municipalities in establishing of the MPACs, and therefore that also delayed our rollout of the program. But to date, we are in discussions with the municipalities and as the GPL and GSF in general to get an understanding and a feel of the status of MPACs and what capacities are then lacking. And we also would be rolling out this training in line with the presentation that was delivered to ourselves by the Auditor General in as far as the results, the resulting regression in audit performance of municipalities. And so that training would be focused on strengthening of MPACs and the speakers together with all the stakeholders that have a role to play in discharging the oversight mandate. Now, collaboratively with SALGA and COGTA, we continue to monitor the implementation of the DDM, and I would not dwell much on that. Also, my previous speakers dwelled on that. And furthermore, as the Gauteng Speakers Forum, we have made provisions that in the current financial year, we start with the rollout of the training. And currently, we've started engagements with SALGA, where we try to align the training needs that they would have identified at a local space. We understand that starting from November already, they've been rolling out training, so we would not want to duplicate what is there, and hence our engagements with them to align what our plans are to what they have already done. And the training also would take into account the challenges that we have identified at the Gauteng Speakers Forum level, as well as the challenges that have been identified by our sister departments. And mainly, that will be on the areas of non-compliance with key legislation, your authorized and fruitless expenditure, and wasteful expenditure as well as irregular expenditure. Those remain top of our priority as we'll be doing that. Now, what we are currently doing, Chair, is to do a skills audit. We've since developed a template and currently are consulting so that the training that we'll be rolling out is not generic, but it would respond to the needs and requirements that would have gathered from the committees. We would also be developing a local government library, which would be a collection of all legislation that is relevant to the committees of municipalities. And when we talk of MFMA, for example, we would be selecting only those sections that would help the committee in discharging its mandate. We have been in consultation with SALGA because we understand that previously they have produced a similar library, but this one must be focused on the needs and the work of the committee. We also want to make sure that governance is entrenched in the legislature program, and thus capacitation of MPACs has become or has been incorporated in the work that we do through the interlegislature relations strategy that we are currently implementing in this as a GPL. And through that strategy, we'll be also tracking the resolutions that were taken and monitor and report quarterly on the progress that would have attained. The training also, just like my previous colleagues, would be accredited, and we have entered into a memorandum of understanding with the National School of Governance, who would be helping us to tailor-make the training and ensure that it is credible as well as accredited. And as I've highlighted earlier, the training would be it would be mainly around compliance with legislation, oversight on budgeting and expenditure management, so that when a report is presented into the committee, at least the members of the committee should know what to scrutinize and what to look for. The training would also be assisting the members to enhance their oversight on reporting and on assessment of annual reports. The rollout of the training, as I've said, would commence in the current financial year. We also are in talks with the Department of E-Governance so that our systems become electronic. And at least when we have excelled in this area, we'd want to share it also with the committees so that we have a systematic way in which we can track the reports and the timings. Because late submission of reports or following up of matters also becomes one of the issues that would lead to disqualified audits. Now, in closure, Chairperson, the GSF's collaboration with oversight and governance structures would remain vital to effectively discharge the oversight mandate of the legislatures and municipal councils over the executive. And as outlined in my introduction, the functions of the forum within the provisions of Chapter 3 of the Constitution would continue to be that of fostering friendly relations with governance structures such as this, and we facilitate in-depth engagement with other institutions that would help us to reach stable and respective system for governance in the province. And we would want at some point to engage earnestly about the separation of powers at local government so that it also becomes more pronounced as it is at a provincial and at a national sphere of government. Because at some point here you'd find that the members of Section 80 committees would also be serving as Section 79 members, and that kills the separation of powers that we'd want to see. And at some point we'd reach the full benefits of the structures such as SCOPA, your MPACs, as well as the Gauteng Speakers Forum. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much for that presentation. We are now getting into either questions, although I would request that we avoid asking a lot of questions. But if you have a question, we can't avoid it. We are also expecting that you'll make some comments. We are expecting that you'll be able to provide some proposals or suggestions, or out of all the presentation, you lift up key issues which you think that they need further engagement. It might not be today, it might be in the meetings that we'll have subsequently. The only matter I want to suggest that we don't discuss now is coordination amongst ourselves, because it's a specific matter for discussion after lunch. So I'm going to open for comments, questions, suggestions, issues to be lifted up. We have between now and 25 to 2. When I say 25 to 2, it's a problem. Looks like it's late. Let me say 13:35. 13:35. The reason is that we told in this place there are some people who are going to use the dining hall between 1 and 1:30. So that's why they asked us that we be there 5 minutes later. So between now, in the next 1 hour, 15 minutes. We're opening for comments, discussions, issues you want us to lift up, to follow up, and all that. Now, we'll raise your hand. We'll maybe start with about 5 hands. And please be reasonable in your presentation about time. Because we've got so many people in the room who would like to comment. So please, I won't tell you how much minutes you have, but try and remember that there are other people who want to make comments. I am now going to open up for questions and comments, and maybe there are other additions you want to make in the report, all those things. Right. Number 1. Number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5. We'll come back to the other hands here. Don't worry, we'll come back to you. the first 5 hands. Please don't forget to introduce yourself and which government or which legislature you are from, sorry. Legislature, because there's provincial legislature, there's a municipality.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Azwi Chitangano. I'm from GPL, Gauteng Provincial Legislature. I just want to check if I had Cocta well when they were making a presentation that Mirafong and Rand West have not as yet established MPAC committees. I just want to establish that, and then is that the case? They can just indicate by raising a hand, and then I can continue. If they've established, my point will be moot.
Yeah, I can confirm that's what they said.
Chair, it means we're having a serious problem. I mean, it's now 7 months after the elections, and they have not as yet established MP committee. And these 2 municipalities, Chair, I mean, they are always having issues in terms of financial management. And if we do not really have this body which can provide an oversight, we are really in a serious problem. I would suggest that the Speakers Forum, Deputy Speaker, just try to engage with the speaker of these 2 municipalities so that this thing can really be expedited. I do not want us to suggest going the Cocta route. I think let there be that gentleman kind of interaction so that this thing can be established the soonest. That was my issue, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Number 2.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Tandi Nontenja from the City of Johannesburg, Chairperson of MPAC. Let me start by correcting what was listed at Cocta's presentation. MPAC COJ report on Oversight Report was tabled and approved in Council on the 26th of April this year. They talked about investigations that were taking place, which is on the full-time membership of members of MPAC and also on the capacity building. These were supposed to be done by February and June last year. I would like to know whether these were received by Cocta and what were the outcomes. And also on the trainings that they are providing, how to one access those trainings. I mean, COJ's got 99.9% new councillors in MPAC. On Provincial Treasury, my question is on the reports that they say they do prior to the analysis of the annual report. How can one access those reports? And also to say, how can the Provincial Treasury assist on the lack of consequence management in a municipality and also the non-functionality of the disciplinary board? And what is the role of MPAC when it comes to the non-functionality? We fought so hard to have that established, but it's not functional. And my last one is on the clear routing or referral of the UIFWs for investigations, if they can elaborate on that one, because the problem we are faced with is that it first, before it comes to MPAC, it goes for investigation. And it took forever on the investigation by Chiefs. By the time it comes to us, it's so late. That's why we are so high up on the list. Thank you.
Number 3. Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Chairperson. I'm Councillor Alta de Beer from the city of Ekurhuleni. We welcome all the presentations here this morning, and we would like to thank those presenting. We're looking forward to the capacitation programs for our new members on our impact committees. I think that is very important for those members to become real productive. In terms of the full-time councillors becoming full-time in terms of impact, we also welcome that suggestion. I think that us as committees can become more productive. There's a lot of work, especially in the city of Ekurhuleni. We've got cases from 2014 that we still have to look at. One problem that we've got as a committee is we need an external body or / law enforcement to assist with consequence management, especially when it comes to third parties or suppliers colluding with our officials. We've got many of those and nothing happened with those cases. So it makes the work that we're doing basically fruitless. Yeah, and also in terms of the investigations, I think that maybe there should be a dedicated body that can assist the cities with forensic investigations. Thank you.
Let's do this. If I didn't point you, don't raise your hand now, you'll raise it later. Number 4, I think, was there then. Oh, number 4 was there, then number 5. Yes, you're number 5. Number 4 this side, number 5.
Thank you very much, Chair. This is Njanyana Pala from Mfuleni, member of MPAC. Chair, I just want to check, man, during the presentation, firstly, let me welcome the presentations. I just wanted to check on the presentation from COGTA regarding members of MPAC serving in different committees. I only heard the presenter touching only on section 79. I just wanted to check in terms of section 80, because in other municipalities there's section 79, there's section 80. So I just wanted to check around the section 80, because some of us, we are also expected to participate in section 80. The other one, I think it's a comment, Chair. The way we are so overstressed, I think this will also assist us, because during presentation from the Speakers Forum, there's a challenge in terms of sufficient time for members of MPAC to execute their responsibilities. The reason it is because we are overstretched. So if this matter of serving in other committees can be addressed, it will also assist us in making sure that we do justice on this particular, on this important committee of council. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Number 5.
My name is Kiehla, surname is Madlala. I'm from the city of Ekurhuleni. Maybe just to tap in on the last comment from the colleague that side, I think we need further comment and or clarity as it relates to, the issue of serving in more than one committees, 8 and 79, in the sense that the presentation gave an impression that probably part of, the impact work include, oversighting over oversight committees, without making any emphasis on the administration and or the executive. So maybe we will have to get more comments to clarify that. But the last point, as much as we've said, we must not be tempted in terms of talking to the issue of coordination. But having read a number of recommendations that are here, I'm tempted to request via your office, Chair, that you consider, assisting us in terms of consolidating all the recommendations from the different departments, and through your coordination at that level with the different bodies that make presentation, we get clear timetables in terms of, what are the suggestions in terms of implementation plan so that there's clarity. I've noted that as it relates to capacitation, for an example, one of the bodies suggested that, it should start in this financial year. But in terms of where is it lying, there's the issue of NSG and there's the issue of other institutions. So I'm just saying that needs to be clarified and coordinated so that by the time it reaches the different, municipalities, there's that clarity, including the tracking as it relates to the issue of skills audit and things like that. It should be tracked in terms of where it should be so that very soon through your office, you get timelines in terms of saying it's closed and we get the results and we are clear also on our side. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me just say the reason why, first of all, let me thank all of you for keeping your comments and questions short. I think we're on the right track. But secondly, to say that the reason why I was going that way, I was avoiding a situation that within one session, councillors from the same municipality ask questions. Unfortunately, I failed. Maybe it's because I'm from Ekurhuleni. That's why the two Ekurhuleni speakers, but I failed. Anyway, yeah, just to clarify one thing about coordination, I didn't mean that kind of coordination. I was talking coordinating our work. But yes, your point is taken, and I think later you'll see how we're going to be able to do that. Thank you very much. I'm not sure if there are any further questions, comments, questions, additions. No, don't shout at me, I can see you. Yeah, no, I can see. I'm just seeing if there are other hands, because it looks like you are the only one. That's why I'm trying to check. Okay, there's number 1. Are you looking at me, Sisi? Number 2, it's you, ne? Number 3, number 4, and then you are number 5. Then let's just take the last one, number 6 there. When I say the last one, doesn't mean that we are still going to open for more questions and comments later. Let's start number 1.
All right, thank you very much, Chairperson. I need a comment on SALGA under recommendation.
And I am?
Oh, sorry. My name is Retabile Sakane. I'm a ward councillor in Mfuleni and a member of the MPAC committee. My needs a comment on recommendations under SALGA. Number 2, it says that note the upcoming programs will be rolled out to support MPACs in the province. So mine is to say, I was proposing, or at least give an input to say that in those programs, they must at least give dates or time frames so that we avoid this thing of clashing. Because at some point, we were attending a workshop of SALGA, and there was a special council meeting that we had to attend. So that thing, to avoid such, I think they need to give dates so that the dates of SALGA and the dates of municipality, they won't clash. So that's, thank you very much.
Thank you. Number 2.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm Kulufelo Morodi. I'm the chairperson of MPAC in the city of Tshwane. I just wanted to start by clarifying the presentation from SALGA. Tshwane did attend the training that was offered in April. We attended the first day. We couldn't attend the second day because of the council meeting that we had to have, an urgent council meeting. And then I myself attended another workshop with the team from West Rand. So I just felt that the records should reflect that Tshwane did participate in those SALGA trainings. The other thing I also wanted to touch on was, I think the challenges that we have as MPACs is with officials not releasing documents on time, especially the Section 32 reports. We find that there is a complaint that they are not being dealt with on time, but as MPACs, we do want to get those documents. I myself had to write several letters asking officials for these reports. We don't know why they are being hoarded, but that's the challenge. Maybe I'll liaise with the other colleagues to see what we can do to make sure that we are able to get those documents on time. The other challenge that we have is sometimes, and most recently, we find that as a committee, you'll have a meeting, make recommendations, the document will go serve at council. And when you're in council meeting, when you read the recommendations, you find that those recommendations have been changed. So I just urge my colleagues that, you have to be vigilant. If you don't read those documents, you find that you have agreed in the committee, but by the time it gets to council, those recommendations don't reflect what is on the minutes from your committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Number 3. Was it your hand? I don't remember. I think it was somebody. Number 3, who was it? Okay, you go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Councillor Ingrid Rainson. I'm from the MPAC in the city of Johannesburg. I am new to MPAC and trying to understand the system that that we're trying to get involved in to improve performance management of the cities on a financial side. But if our job as public representatives is really to look after the public purse, I just have a question to the Speakers Forum. I think that probably is where it would lay better. Is that on the legislature side, is there then enough emphasis to make sure that officials and that MPAC committees are capacitated with enough officials to be able to do the work that needs to be done, so that council. So my question then to the legislature side is there enough capacitation of officials, and are there enough officials?
Thank you. Number 4.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I'm Councillor Lebogang Mutukanene from the city of Joburg. My question is there any assistance that COGTA over a year ago but is non-functional? And my next question is there any assistance or mitigation strategies that COGTA have in assisting municipalities with slow progress of UIFW investigations?
Thank you. Yes, that is number 4. No, number 5, sorry.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. My name is Rale Torikigai, Mohale City Municipality, MPAC support staff. And mine would be on the presentation by COGTA, where it says there's a chairperson who was elected and there's no committee. Now, I think a wrong precedent, and this is subject to correction, because establishment of committees is regulated. Now, you cannot be a chair without a committee to serve. Can this then be rectified by saying, let first things be done first and the rest would follow? That would be 1. 2, there is this populating of the annual report in terms of the annual reporting template, which is a tool utilized by MPAC to actually do oversight, and as a result end up bringing about the findings. But if you find that there's no real correlation, if not adherence, to the annual reporting template requirement, what should be done? Should there be consequence management imposed to the department responsible, like, for example, I think this should differ per municipality, or monitoring and evaluation, or should it be just left that way? Because you see, these findings as well lead to the actual recommendation of MPAC being the annual report as being its oversight being done is approved with reservations. Now, there need to be an improvement on that, but how can then this be, curtailed going forward? The last issue would be on this UIFWE register. I think it's very clear and explicit to say whoever is responsible for populating that register needs to populate in what manner going forward. But in some such registers, you find that they say, for example, 3.5 million has been expended, but however, not yet paid. Now, that's very dicey, because once such a report is referred to MPAC, how can then MPAC be in a position to investigate a wrongdoing alleged to have been done, however, such monies have not yet been paid? Can we be clarified on that, so that we are, this is like a capacitation session, more capacitated on the issue? Thank you very much.
Before you get off, I just want to understand your first comment or question. Maybe you should help us. So the report says there is a chairperson in Mohale, but there's no committee. So I'm not sure whether you are saying the report is wrong or you are saying what? Just clarify or help us
Understand.
tell us the correct thing so that it can help us.
Okay. The issue here is you cannot have a chairperson elected before the actual committee that the chair will be chairing is elected. That's my understanding of it. In terms of establishment of committees, you first elect the number of councillors that would constitute the committee in question. Subsequent thereto, you elect a chair. It's like putting the horses before the cart and not the other way around. But I'm not too sure. That's why I said it's subject to engagement so that it sheds more light, if not understanding, to all of us here. Because if you set a president on a wrong footing, going into the future, we might argue to say no, but it happened at some stage, therefore it is normal. Thank you.
Okay, let me do this. Let me help the meeting. Can I ask you a direct question? In Mohale City, is there a chair of MPAC?
Yes, there is.
Okay. Is there a committee of MPAC?
Yes, there is.
Okay, no, thank you. So you are basically saying the report by COCTA is wrong, so it's updated. They must update it to say in Mohale there is a chair elected and there's a committee as well.
No, Chair, can I be interpreted properly?
Okay, sure, please help
I
us.
was requesting for a clarity, avoiding the same thing happening going into the future. Because remember, establishment of MPACs is a regulated practice. Now, if we can allow in a municipality X that there be a chair without a committee, obviously in Mohale, for example, the next term, 2026, we'll do it the same way to say, no, the chair can be there, the committee will subsequently follow. That's basically why I'm moving from. Unless I didn't hear the statement from COCTA properly. My apologies up front. Thank you.
Okay, no, they'll respond. Number 6, I think is behind you.
Thank you. My name is Tebogo Tlokwe. I'm from Sidiben District Municipality. I've got 2. The first one is a question about how we do our oversight as MPAC. As we are a committee of council and we report to council, after doing thorough oversight work as MPAC, we do recommendations to council. Now, my question is council allowed to reject a recommendation of MPAC? That's the first question. Number 2 is with regard to consequence management. As we continuously encourage or continuously try, the council must implement consequence management. And if council is continuously failing to implement consequence management, does MPAC have or has any other avenue to escalate the matter for intervention? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, are there other new questions, comments? Okay, I don't see any. Okay, there's one there. Number 1, is there any other? Number 2. Number 3. Okay, those 3. You are number 1.
Okay, thanks, Chair. I just wanted, okay, my name is Councillor Mpupu from Mirafong, but I serve in the district. I just wanted to assist with the formulation of Mirafong MPAC Chair. Yes, there is a committee in Mirafong, and it has been established. Thank you very much. I just wanted to assist with that.
Thank you very much. Number 2.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Patrick Lushoka from Midwall. I just want to get clarity, Chairperson, as to the budget of MPAC. How is it structured? Because we had an incident last time that when we want to find out about the budget of MPAC, the CFO indicated to us that it lies somewhere. But when we interrogate her deep, and then she said, no, it lies in the audit committee's budget. When we found out from the chairperson of the audit committee, no, there's no budget of the MPAC there. It is an audit committee's budget. Now, I just want to get clarity as to how is it structured, in fact, and then so that we can know this is the budget for the MPAC. Thank you.
Thank you. Number 3.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. My name is Sello Marokani from Salga. Chair, mine is a clarity with regard to the presentation of COCTA. With regard to the issue of the full-timeness of MPAC members, I think we might be having a different understanding on that. The Structures Amendment Act makes the chairperson of the MPAC to be full-time only in a municipality that has 40 councillors. They can apply to the MEC to have that chairperson to be full-time. So I just wanted to get that clarity because we might be moving out here thinking that the municipalities can apply for all councillors to be full-time.
Thank you. Yeah, I see more hands. I'm not going to stop hands, so yes. So you are number 1. I'm looking again if there are other hands. So it looks like you are the only one. Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. Good morning, colleagues. I was just hoping that this one would be covered. So unfortunately, it hasn't been. Maybe it's because one might not have much interest on the studies. There was an opportunity.
My name is?
My name is Tulani Butelezi, a ward councillor. I'm in COJ and a member of MPAC committee. From the very first speaker, there was an opportunity presented in terms of one capacitating himself or herself through certain studies. I just want to know if one wants to study further, how to access such an opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, let's do this because I see there aren't a lot of hands. Maybe we should use this opportunity to request for responses. The way we will do it is in the way the presentations were tabled. So we'll start with COCTA, follow Gauteng Provincial Treasury, then after that it will be SALGA, then it will be Gauteng Speakers Forum. I think there was one question, one comment or two to Gauteng Speakers Forum. If in your responses, please don't make another presentation. So try and respond to the things that have been asked. Obviously, if you need to elaborate, you can do so, but please be mindful that you are responding, you're not making another presentation. Gauteng Provincial Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I must indicate that I have my colleagues here from various units which they will address some of that has to do with governance and capacity building. Maybe let's start with the question on the establishment of committees by Merafong and Renwest City. I must indicate, Chairperson, that from our side, we don't have any record indicating, and I mean when I say record, I'm talking to a council resolution indicating that Merafong has established an oversight. Will kindly request for that council resolution. Yeah, the questions were so mouthful. Let me start with this one of from City of Joburg, where they were talking about the investigations of members who's supposed to be serving in other committees of council. And if I'm correct, or whether members who are supposed to be full-time between that one, but on the members who are supposed to be full-time, maybe I must clap it with a question from Salga. In my presentation, Chairperson, I indicated that we received the document on the 31st of May, and where we're sitting now, we cannot make any pronouncement as yet because we're still establishing and interrogating the document. And exactly the document, it was given to us for implementation. So prior implementation, yes, we will communicate with municipalities, because if you can look at my presentation, all the chairpersons of our municipalities are full-time members, except for Lisedi. And we've received that request from Lisedi to look into the matter. So this is what I'm talking about, that we're still interrogating the document, and we will indicate further. We have not made any pronouncement on that one. And with regards to MPAC members serving into other committees of council, whether Section 79 or Section 80, I must indicate, Chairperson, that when I was doing my presentation, Section 79A, subsection 2, it's clear that members of executive committee cannot be, or any member of a mayoral committee cannot be a member of MPAC. So if I myself, Botlhale, am the member of MPAC, I go and serve into Section 80. That is deemed now that I'm the member of Section 80. Now I come back again, I serve in the MPAC. So that there is no separation of powers, because decisions are made there to interrogate what has administration have done by the Section 80 members. Then you take a decision as a member in that committee. You come back now, you want to play again an oversight on what the Section 80 has done in their respective work. So in terms of separation of powers, that is the reason why the COC is saying we've singled out MPAC, because MPAC is supposed to ensure that you conduct oversight on the mayor, all the workings of council, administration, and the executive. So that is the reason that we're saying you're now becoming a referee and a player. You're taking certain decisions in that committee. Then you come into this committee, you want to overrule those decisions. How are you going to be able to be objective in terms of the doings of your work? So that's the reason why we're saying that model is not actually being recommended. And especially those who are sitting in the Section 80, the Act, it says it's not allowed. You're not allowed to do that. So yeah, that is the message on the serving into various committees. I think that issue of Section 71, it came out in various ways. Maybe I must also deal with the referrals on UIFW. Honorable Chairperson from COJ indicated that in terms of their model, the expenditures are being investigated by the investigation unit in the municipality. Then they have to wait for those investigations to be finalized. Those outcomes must be referred to them to deal with them as MPAC. And those are taking time to be submitted to, the outcome are taking time to be submitted to them. And from where we're sitting, we're saying, because we understand that our MPACs are not capacitated to deal with certain matters which need in-depth investigation. The model is good, however, maybe we should look into sort of, for the lack of better word, MOU or something that put time frames when the investigations are handed over to the investigation unit, so that they can give you time frames how far they can finalize those investigations. And during that time frame, when they are not being finalized, there should be substantive reasons given to the committee that because of the in-depth of this investigation, these are the reasons why the investigation are taking forever to be finalized. Because it cannot be that the 10 investigations given to them, all of the 10 during the entire financial year are not being finalized. So we should look into that. Also, at the same time, we are holding them accountable because we are doing oversight over the way they conduct their work. So maybe we should look into that model to say, these are the matters that are being referred to you, these are the time frames that we're looking at. And of important, Chairperson, that the Amendment Structures Act now is talking about the MPAC reporting frequently, that will be on quarterly basis on what is the MPAC doing. So the fact that now we were not reporting, we're not saying anything, yes, it seems like MPAC is not doing their oversight. But now with the reporting mechanism that the amendment is putting in place, then we can be able, as the province, to see that where are the stumbling blocks are taking place within the value chain of investigations of the UIFW. So there's an issue of capacity. I think, yeah, can I give it to Futhi to address the issue of capacity?
Good afternoon, Chairperson and members in this forum. My name is Nomathemba Futhi Khwefane. I'm from COCTA, responsible for municipal institutional support. We are responsible in the presentation for, I'll start with slide number 21. There was a question that was posed by Metandi on how to access the capacity building initiatives. And then there was another question on implementation plan. And the last question was on how councillors can study further. So in terms of the first two questions in the presentation, if you make a reference to slide number 21, we are clearly indicating that we've already communicated in terms of our plans with the speakers of the different municipalities. And during break with the colleagues, we were just talking to say that maybe there's a need for us to communicate also directly with the chairpersons of the MPACs. We'll definitely then do that because we've already sent out issued letters sometime last month to inform our municipalities on the planned capacity building and also to request them to nominate and sign in the commitment forms. And then in terms of the implementation plan of our skills program, also in the very same slide, we are clearly indicating that this capacity building initiative will begin in the second quarter of our financial year, meaning the provinces and national financial year, which will be from the 1st of July, because we have already, concluded on the SCM processes. We are at the last stage wherein we'll be concluding in terms of the contracting and then ensuring that the service providers are on board, and then we'll provide that a capacity building initiative. And then the last question was on the, how councillors can study further. But one will also like a SALGA to also make inputs on that one, on how councillors can study further, because they also have other programs. But our specific training on the skills program, it's clear that we take councillors from NQF level 3, NQF level 4 to up to NQF level 5. And councillors are allowed to start from NQF level 3 and go up to NQF level 5. That's how the program is structured. And hence we went for, appointing a panel so that we have the panel of service providers on board, so that as and when we need those service providers to capacitate our councillors, they are ready. So the intention is, in terms of this specific skills program, you can start from NQF level 3, you can also go to NQF level 4 and NQF level 5, as we did indicate that all our programs are accredited. Thank you, Chairperson. I'll then move the mic to...
Thank you, Chairperson. There's also other governance questions that were raised. I will request that our governance unit assist with a question. For example, the failure by council, where to report council, so that they will respond. There was another question on the template of the annual report and the register that are not adequately populated and that are incomplete. And the answer there is that everything, each and every document in the municipality is the responsibility of the accounting officer. So the accounting officer has a duty to ensure that, documents that are going out for public, they represent the municipality adequately. There are no misrepresentations or omissions and so forth. And I will request that councillors look into MFMA section 173 that deals with offences, and specifically subsection 2, where it says the accounting officer is guilty of an offence if that accounting officer deliberately provides false or misleading information in any document because if you are providing an annual report that is not aligned to what the Treasury regulations is saying, or that is not aligning to the requirements, that is a deliberate act from your side. So the accounting officer must be held liable. And there are further sections that are talking to issues of offences that are being committed by accounting officers into municipalities. So maybe they can look into that, including the issues of the UIFW. They can look into that and provide oversight. Yeah, I think that will be the last question from our side on the failure by council to implement the MPAC recommendations.
Thank you very much. My name is Jacqueline Obando, and I am from the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs in Gauteng. I've got two questions. The one was relating to the reports and when...
Okay, can I just... you're saying you've got two questions to respond to? Yes. I thought you were saying you are asking... Okay, no, I understand. Okay, sure.
Okay, sure. Let me just take off my mask. Maybe that will make me clearer. All right. The first question came from Salga, and that was relating to the full-time councillors. And yes, in terms of Section 79, chairpersons of council committees established under Section 79 are full-time. Because MPAC is established under Section 79A, National Department is reviewing legislation in order to ensure that impact chairpersons are also full-time. So I hope that answered the question from Salga. Then in terms of impact reports that serve before council, and it is, I think the question was, it is rejected. Council must be able to interrogate the reports and make a decision on that report. And if under circumstances it deliberated and found that there was insufficient documentation or insufficient investigation, it must be allowed to reject a report and send it back to MPACs to review and add to that. I hope that I've answered that question. If I got that question incorrectly, I think I'll be advised. Thank you.
Thank you very much. No, we will get to that. There are things I need to manage. We'll get to that. We'll get to that, yes. So that's all from okay. Gauteng Provincial Treasury. You'll see how we are going to manage the meeting. We'll be able to make some follow-up on some of the things. Otherwise, we'll spend much time on one issue before all other responses are received. Yes, you can go ahead, Treasury. There's a mic that is on. I'm not sure if it's not yours.
Thank you very much, Chair. I know my colleagues in COCTA have covered quite a few matters. I think, as I was listening to the questions being raised by the councillors, one thing that becomes very apparent in the questions, and Chair, it's related to understanding the terms of reference that council have adopted in terms of how MPACs ought to conduct their business. And I think for me, it's very important, I think from SCOPA's side, from our side, and I think also appreciate that some of the councillors are new. And obviously, as these processes roll out, it will take some time, to get acquainted in terms of how to conduct the affairs of MPAC. And again, Chair, you made mention earlier, it looks like there's a lot of people from Ekurhuleni. Myself also being a former head of the budget office in Ekurhuleni. Just on a light note, Chair, maybe just to respond to a couple of questions directly, and I think for me, I want to respond to the questions, but I also want to leave the councillors with a critical matter that I also think we need to touch on. Yes, we talk about the oversight role of MPAC, we talk about the investigative elements, and there were questions related to that I'm going to respond to. But for me, I think the one point that we probably didn't touch on quite appropriately is, so what happens if MPAC does its oversight report, it goes to council, it's adopted. Now, post that, there are certain actions that are required to give effect to council resolution. And again, I'm coming back to the councillors to say, for example, in terms of unavoidable, unforeseen expenditure, unauthorized expenditure, obviously it's a supply chain process, but those matters in particular, there are adjustment budgets that are required to be compiled post that decision process, which you also need to take an interest in as the members of MPAC. So some advice for you in terms of, and I think there was a question related to, once MPAC have taken a resolution, taken it to council, I think it's a good point made by the chairperson, but I think you also need to look at the post facto implementation of the council resolutions to make sure that your work as MPAC members don't get ignored or not taken serious. And that for me is how you check the effectiveness and how you are responded to as MPAC. Chair, I also wanted to just maybe touch quickly on there was a question raised on external bodies that are in terms of consequence management. Just on that question, I think for me there are two pertinent aspects related to the issue of not only consequence management, but also accountability, right? And for me, when it comes to council, I do believe that the office of the Speaker is pertinent in dealing with consequence management and accountability issues. And again, I've made a point earlier, if MPACs are not entertained or their concerns are not being met, it is the obligation of the Speaker to interact with the administration. But I also think there's an opportunity for the chairperson of MPAC to engage with other Section 80 committees in the municipality in terms of the information that are required. Because I think one of the things that we realize and we appreciate, and again, I'm just putting on my municipal hat here, is that these officials are also reporting on the kind of information that you are looking for in some of these other structures. And that's why it's important, Chair, the cross-collaboration between the Section 79 and 80 committees in the municipalities in an effort to try and assist you in terms of getting that information. I also want to raise the point that I don't want accounting officers to get away with their responsibility. When it comes to consequence management, the accounting officer of the municipality has an inherent responsibility, both on fiduciary matters, but also on HR matters, to ensure that consequence management is applied. And there's nothing wrong for you as impact members where certain decisions, certain actions are not followed through, to ask for progress in terms of that. And that's how you keep the administration, because certainly the accounting officer has got a duty. And many times, I think HOD of COCTA would agree with me, you know, certain things get escalated to the province so quick. And you ask yourself, but where are the oversight and management structures within the municipality that are supposed to deal with some of these things? I mean, you appoint accounting officers, you appoint CFOs, you appoint heads of departments as councillors. Me also something what's concerning, and I'm asking myself the question, the quality of the officials that we are appointing in municipalities. I jokingly said the other day, you know, these officials, they earn double my salary, but yet, you know, we are supposed to tell them how to do. And I think that's for me the unfortunate part, Chair. And it comes back to the point what Claudia is making about the kind of people that we appoint in administration, but also looking at the skill set required to do the job. And again, coming back to the question of MPACs, I think once you are constituted as impact members, you also have a responsibility, and I'll get to the budget point. You have a responsibility to check and to see what kind of skill sets that you would require to support you in terms of your offices. And I say this with all respect and with all due care, SCOPA. And you'll call me to order here. You know, I've been around MPACs for the last probably 15, 16 years in Gauteng. And one of my biggest frustrations, I say with all due respect to the colleagues around me, when I look at the support functions to MPACs, you know, researchers are supposed to undertake a very important role in terms of research, in looking at, you know, some of the documentation that's before MPACs. And sometimes I raise questions to say, when I look at the kind of, when I hear the kind of questions being posed to us, so there's also an inherent responsibility, impact members, that the support function that you create in your offices, make sure that it's got the skill sets, whether it's he or she has a skill set to deal with the kind of matters that are before you. They're an important resource to support you. The other point I want to make, and coming back to the budget side, now obviously, and I'm not protecting the budget officers here, I'm taking on my treasury hat now, but when the municipality undertakes a consultation on the budget process, there's a link where council are also consulted as a vote within the municipality on the budget requirements of council. And from where I'm sitting, the budget of MPAC should form part of that particular vote. Obviously, you know, it will be substructured in terms of, you know, dissecting what budget MPAC would require. And it's important that you need to ask, and even the chairperson need to facilitate this, to say, you know what, when we are consulted on the budget, what is the proposal being made in the budget process in terms of the financial needs of MPAC to function? It's important that you look at it, and it's important that you also get briefed on what is going into the budget process, so that we don't have these questions posted when you ultimately see your budget that you feel that you are underfunded. So take an interest and a keen interest in the budget formulation for MPAC's budget. I also want to make the point, just Chair, you'll stop me, Chair, I can speak long.
No, I won't stop you, because you heard me when I said we must just be careful about time, so I won't stop you.
Okay. Chair, just a quick comment on the external bodies. I think it's an important point, and dedicated bodies to support investigations. Obviously, as Batlali had said, if it is found that it's an official in a municipality that, you know, have found themselves in contravention of the law, there's an obligation on the accounting officer to report the matter to SAPS. And I think it's important as MPACs, you must ask the accounting officer, okay, you've reported the matter to SAPS, can you give us an update? Where are we in terms of this? I won't comment on the other judicial elements of this thing. in terms of the effectiveness of those bodies, but it's important that you get an update, especially if those cases laid are also linking to the kind of work that you're doing. So it's important that you get an update in terms of that. But other than that, there is the internal audit unit in the municipality. There is audit committees. There is the financial disciplinary board that are there as structures in the municipality to assist you in terms of investigations. They are paid by council. They are your resource. And the question I always have, how are these resources being utilized within municipalities for which you are creating a budget, for which you are paying salaries, and for which you are undertaking goods and services? So my question to you first is, how are these structures exhausted within your municipality? Yes, we have capability within the province, but those things are earmarked and dedicated for provincial services. I mean, we will look at requests coming from municipalities, but I think we are also all constrained in terms of providing that support. Just in terms of punitive measures, yes, we have a stick as a provincial treasury, and we share that stick with COCTA. If a municipality fails to comply with any parts of the MFMA, with any parts, we don't like to do it, Chair, but if non-compliance get to that extent where, it is just unacceptable, we then stop the equitable share, the quarterly payments in terms of the equitable share. And municipal officials can tell you the impact of that particular decision. I mean, you budget sometimes for 90, 95%, 85% collection rate. Reality is indicating you are collecting far less than that. And if we are withdrawing the equitable share, at that point, you're obviously further affected as a municipality. We wouldn't want to use the stick, but where there are those instances of non-compliance, we will do it to get municipalities to comply. Chair, let me stop at that point. I just want to make sure I've covered everything, but let me stop there, Chair. If there's anything I missed, you let me know. Thank you.
Okay. Salga?
Thanks, Chair. We received 3 questions directed to Salga. The first one, Chair, is with regard to the days to be provided to all municipalities to avoid clashes. In terms of the response, a strategic calendar will be shared with all municipalities, Chair, through the Office of the Municipal Speakers to avoid future clashes in terms of engagements or meeting going forward. And we also appreciate the submission made or the proposal made by the member. With regard to the second question from C2 of Swan with regard to the attendance of the Finance Portfolio Committee training, Chair, one would like to appreciate the fact that we have received confirmations from Swane or representatives on the day, but not mainly for MPAC session, but for Section 80 committees. We had different classes on the day. So in terms of Section 80, Swane was represented, but from the MPAC class, Swane was not represented. However, we would like to apologize for the omission of the chair who attended the Western Region Finance Portfolio Committee training. So that omission will be corrected as such. The last question is with regard to how do councillors further their studies after the completion of the generic inductions which were provided by both SALGA and Cochrane Treasury. From SALGA's side, Chair, what we have realized in the past, we used to take councillors to various trainings without conducting an assessment. So this year we have done things differently. Immediately after the generic induction, there were forms which were provided to councillors. They called local government LGCTA enrollment form to assess the qualifications of councillors that they have attained from different institutions, and also to assist us in consolidating a program that is informed in terms of clustering councillors to various courses to avoid the challenges that we have experienced in the past, where we will take councillors to courses and they do not complete those courses because they were pitched at a high level. So upon finalization of that particular report, we will then be able to share the outcomes with various municipalities and also cluster members accordingly. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Gauteng Speakers Forum.
Thank you, Honorable Chair of SCOPA. My name is Mihloti Masuluke. I am the acting secretary to the legislature. I think, Chair, most of the questions would have been responded to. However, I think there was a call from Honorable Chitangano in terms of ensuring that we engage with the two speakers of the Rand West as well as is it Merafong municipalities. We have taken note of that, and through the Speakers Forum we should be able to engage. And I think all the other areas around the capacity, Mr. Marukano would have been able to cover it from SALGA, as well as the issue around the whether a report can be rejected. There were some few technical questions that we do have. Mr. Hombulane Rambau at the back will be able to take the questions, and the colleagues, the executives with us here will then come in if those have not been adequately responded to. Mr. Rambau is sitting somewhere at the back and can be able to take the questions.
So you're saying, okay, fine. Mr. Rambau?
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, honorable members and councillors. And good afternoon to colleagues as well. Chair.
Okay, just introduce yourself properly. We know that you're Mr. Rambau, but you don't know where you're from.
Oh, thank you, Chair. My name is Umbran Rambau. I'm the manager of Gauteng Speakers Forum. Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, the questions before the Gauteng Speakers Forum, the first one was on whether councillors can cross-serve, meaning that whether councillors can serve in the Section 79 committees and Section 80 committees. That is a no-no, Chair, because you can't be a player and a referee. So in essence, Section 80 committees are committees to assist the executive mayor. It is just that the Municipal Systems Act is not explicit on the Section 79 committees. If it was, it would have said that Section 79 committees are committees to support the Speaker. So you can't cross-serve. There's also a question, Chair, regarding the issue of Mukhale. I think the newly amended MSA, as amended in 2021, says that it is a must for a council to establish MPAC. So it's non-negotiable. It doesn't say that a municipal council may establish MPAC, so it's a must. So in essence, if you have an active citizenry in a particular area, you can actually be taken to court for not establishing MPAC. The other issue was on whether the Gauteng Speakers Forum has the capacity to capacitate MPACs to conduct oversight and scrutiny on financial and non-financial performance reporting. So the Gauteng Speakers Forum only facilitates capacity building programs. So as you might have heard, Chair, that SALGA has also done a lot of work around capacitation of MPACs and COCTA. So ours is to facilitate. As the director has indicated that we have projected 4 trainings in the current financial year of the Gauteng Speakers Forum. We are not going to train councillors. We are going to source academic and experts in the areas of financial management to come and provide that training. More so, there's the South African Legislative Sector Body that has progressed to be an institution. That institution has a database of members and councillors that served in public accounts committees and finance committees. So we're also going to leverage on that because those members and councillors have served in these structures and have first-hand experience, as opposed to mere academics who would normally provide a training from an academic point of view. So we're going to leverage on that, Chair. I think there was a last question. Just check, Chair. Yeah, just a second, Chair. Yeah, Chair, I think I'm covered. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. In the next, how many minutes? 8 minutes? No. Yes, it's 8 minutes. We'll do the following. There are things we must just tighten up. The first one is about full-time. I think I'm hearing different messages, but I want us to be sure that when we leave here, we're clear. So you'll correct me. I'm going to summarize, and please correct me if I'm wrong in my summary. It would seem that there is a new instruction or legislation, or whatever you call it, that seem to suggest that, one, chairpersons of MPACs must be full-time. Two, that it would seem, and that's where I must correct, it would seem that it requires that members of MPAC, in addition to chairpersons, they must be full-time. However, because that came very late, which is on the 31st of May, there's still a need to study it, or it's being studied to be sure that of whether that's what it means, and then if that's what it means, that will be communicated. I want to be clear if that's the understanding, and or if there are other things that needs to be clarified on the basis of that summary, or there are other questions based on that issue alone. Yes, ma'am. Salga. We need to speak to the mic because we are recording the session.
Okay. Chair, I think what Mrs. Ngozi tried to explain is that the amendment refers to the chairpersons of the MPACs. As you colleagues might recall, that in terms of the Structures Amendment Act, it now introduced 2 office bearers who must be full-time. We didn't have the chief whip as a full-time office bearer and the MPAC chairperson. Now the MPAC chairperson has been introduced also to be full-time. But the process is that a municipality must have at least 40 councillors to have a full-time MPAC chairperson, and they must apply to the MEC for MEC to recognize that they must have a full-time chairperson of the MPACs. That's the communication that came on the 31st to say that it must be 40 councillors in order to have a full-time chairperson of the MPAC.
Okay, let's do this. May I make a suggestion? May I make a suggestion? Can I order, please? Yeah. May I make a suggestion? COCTA seem to suggest they are busy studying that. Salga seems to be sure. So let's agree that we will give COCTA to also study, and on the basis of that, we will then use they must be communicated at an official level that confirms what's happening. So when we leave here, we must understand that there seems to be an issue that suggests that in addition to chairpersons, it could be that there are members, but it's not for certain yet until the MEC of COCTA has studied and they will issue an official communique. Is that fine? Okay, thank you very much. The second one is about the Section 80, Section 79 committee serving in. So, if I understand correctly, is that MPAC is a Section 79 committee, right? The question is whether, as a member of MPAC, can you serve in any other section, in a Section 80 committee? Now, what I understand, and I might be wrong, you'll help me, in the metros, they've now been able to establish something similar to separation of powers. So which means a councillor who serves in another committee, that committee is holding the executive accountable, but it's not the committee that takes those decisions, so that's fine. But in the districts and in local municipalities, there isn't such. You find a member serving also in a Section 80 committee that is chaired by an MMC. And on the basis of that, then that's where the issue comes. So there seems to be a view, or maybe I use the view for now until we conclude this discussion, that if you are in the local municipality and you serve in MPAC, you cannot serve in a Section 80 committee. Let's just have that discussion and maybe confirm if my summary is correct, or correct my summary so that there's clarity. Or if you want to ask further, let's do that. Ask questions further, let's do that. Yes.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. The question that I have is that from Mfulweni, local municipality, and we don't have peer councillors in Mfulweni. So that's why you find ourselves maybe, like I'm a member of MPAC and I also serve in other Section 80s. So maybe the question perhaps will be that, is there maybe a certain number that needs to be, actually, is there a certain number which in a Section 80 maybe they need to have, so that maybe if, let's say, they want to make us full-time in MPAC, so that there won't be shortages in other Section 80 committees. Because we have a shortage of, we don't have PRs like I've indicated, so I want to check with that. If they make us full-time, we won't have problems in Section 80s or what?
Can I just ask you a direct question?
Yes.
I'm not sure if there's any municipality in Gauteng that doesn't have a PR councillor. Unless you're talking about a party, then that's different.
Yes, yes.
Now it's going to be something else. Let's not reduce it to a party political discussion, because that's going to turn the whole discussion haywire. So the issue is, a council has a certain number of councillors who are supposed to be serving in committees. Let me give you a practical example. In our case, we do have political parties that have got only one member. So that member can't spread himself everywhere and say, because there's one member, so let's, no. That's what democracy has done. So there's nothing we can do. I think the question that is before us is, are we saying that in a local municipality, a councillor who serves on MPAC cannot or should not or must not serve on a Section 80 committee? That's where the discussion is. And if that is the law, then there's very little that we can do until you change the law. But if it's just a regulation or what, then maybe you might want to do something around. Can we get clarity on that so that there's when we leave here, we know we're very clear. There's another hand right at the back there.
Thanks, Chair. I think, Chairperson, this is what informed my question before. Because during the presentation, the presenter was focusing precisely on Section 79. And in our case, as the local municipality, we also have Section 80. Hence, I was asking to say, does it also cover Section 80s? Because remember, we are not sharing those Section 80s. They are chaired by the MMCs, but we are there as members. And on the other side, we are also expected to serve in the MPAC. Now, here's my argument, Chair. Like I've indicated earlier, it becomes difficult for us as MPAC to execute our responsibility effectively, because we are stretched. You find that you serve in 2 other Section 80 committees, and you are also expected to serve in the MPAC. And if you look at the work that is done by the MPAC chair, it really needs you there. So this is where this is what my argument is based on. To say really, sometimes it's like we are not doing justice to MPAC because we have to serve also in other committees. And I'm not sure, Chair, whether it is a regulation or the law. That is why I was asking whether this thing of Section 80 MPAC, how does it address? Thank you very much, Chair.
There's another hand there.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, my name is Councillor Sefata from Mfulen. I serve in committee of MPAC in CDB. Chair, I was serving in Section 80 of Finance in CDB. I was removed because I serve again in the MPAC. So I think you must be specific, because in other committees I serve in Section 80s of other committees, but in finance they removed me because I serve in the MPAC. So I'm not sure which committee of Section 80 should we serve in it, because I serve in 2 Section 80s now, but in finance I was removed.
Okay, let's do this. Let's mandate COCTA to clarify this matter, because the MEC has powers to clarify the matter, and then it be communicated. We will also hold the MEC and COCTA accountable to ensure that those things are done. Shall we agree on that? Agreed. Yes, there's a hand before we finalize. We need to speak to the mic because we're recording.
Thank you, Chair. I was just going to put an addition to your recommendation or resolution that COCTA, working with SALGA, we look at the issue. We will be accountable for the delivery of it, but we do need to ensure that we bring SALGA along. Thank you, Chair.
Maybe my question would be, I'm not sure the powers of SALGA to instruct what must happen. But if that's that, because I thought that the MEC has powers to, if you are saying to consult and look at, I think it's fine. But final communication, yeah. There's another hand here, maybe I'm...
Yes, Chairperson. Chairperson, I think I'm adding on the list of issues that we need to clarify with the
This matter only.
On this matter, yes. My issue is with regard, I understand the issue of Section 80, but again, there's also issue of Section 79. For an example, in my case, I serve as a chairperson of petitions, and I serve as a member of MPACT. So what do we do there? Am I still within the parameters of the law regulation, or should I also get off? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Now let's do this. There were 2 other issues, including the follow-up question by the councillor from Johannesburg. Unfortunately, we are pressed with time, so I want us to break for lunch. When we come back, we'll deal with those 2 outstanding follow-up questions, and then we will move to the next item on the agenda. The time now is 13:41. May I ask that we be here at 14:25. 14:25. It means 5 minutes before past. And we're starting. So if you're not here, please, you'll excuse us. We will start at 14:25. Let's adjourn. Thank you very much. Okay, shall we start? If we can close the doors. Please close the doors there. Honorable Randall. Okay. Now, there are the following matters which I thought should be clarified as well, particularly by COGTA. My understanding of the question on further studies was that it's not really the causes that are streamlined by COGTA or SALGA, but it's extra courses which you want to take for your own personal growth outside of municipal issues. I remember that there was a time when some councils raised an issue that there's a regulation or something that prohibits them from doing that, including getting things like laptops and stuff. So I'm not sure if SALG, okay, it's on the same question. Yes, go ahead. Let's have the mic, please. Are we are on, isn't it? Let's have the mic, please.
Thank you very much. Just to clarify, it's the upper limits that doesn't allow for local government councillors to be able to pursue education. They have to go through the CETAs, not through a university or that. So the government won't pay, or I think at legislature it's half the payment. Well, at local government we get zero. So essentially you have to get trained by a CETA or you have to pay for it yourself. Which in a city with a 77 billion rand budget like Johannesburg is, it's a bit odd that you can't afford to capacitate your public reps.
Okay, so I think it's clarified. Anyone wants to say anything in that regard? Okay, it's clear. Now the last issue that I identified is the matter that you wanted to make a follow-up on. Yes.
Thank you. It was a point of explanation when the lady, I think she was from COGTA, was speaking. I thought she made a mistake in the sentence, but essentially she was speaking about chairpersons, because at Metro's chairpersons of Section 79 committees are already full-time, but it appears at other more district or city levels, at local government levels, it isn't, and I think that's what she's correcting. I think there's a big concern in the big metros that public reps that sit on MPAC are part-time councillors, and yet the amount of work that they have to get through means that they spend a lot more time than what they're actually being paid for.
Okay, thank you. Is there any matter in responses that you identified which you think needs to be followed up and be concluded differently? Okay, nothing. Yes, over to you.
Not as such, Chairperson, but just to put on record that we've noted the concern raised by COJ with regards to their oversight report and will rectify. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now, let me just say that a certain matter came to my attention or was brought to my attention during lunch, and I'm going to put it forward, not for us to take a decision because it's an advice, but maybe COGTA could be able to help us if it's something that can be processed differently. Somebody who came to us on the table there and said, one of the weaknesses of municipalities and particularly MPACs is incapacity to utilize civil society. That there are a lot of people out there who are willing to volunteer their services to assist The thing is that we are not using them or availing a space for them to do so. So this person was saying, if MPACs could make a call in their own areas for CAs or whoever, those kind of people to be part of their committees as volunteers, they think you can get a lot of people who are willing to do so. They've given me examples of some of the municipalities that have done it before, and it worked. I know that in the Gauteng provincial legislature, this is what happens. Or let me say, this is what has happened. We agreed on an approach on what we call stakeholder participation and felt that the kind of work we're doing, maybe we need to extend our base. Then we went on a big publicity mission. Unfortunately, we didn't get as many people as we wanted, but we did get relevant people. We've now created a WhatsApp group where they participate, and the contributions in that group, it's very helpful to the committee. They are just contributing. Some of them, when we have these meetings, they join, then they comment on social, some of them send me messages separately. So we're using that. So it's just an advice, but maybe some that you might look at and see how we can take it further. I was just saying, let me pass that, or you want to say something on the same regard? Yes.
Yes, Chairperson, just to indicate that in terms of the Amendment Act, remember when I presented is that in your own initiative, MPAC can put forward that that initiative that they want to members of the civil society to assist. However, that must be endorsed by council. I just wanted to indicate that. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Thank you very much for that. I think we're done with this section. I want us to move to the next session, which is more on coordination and just an update on the work we've done even in the past. So I hope that the presentation will be on Mpati. Maybe I should sit here because it makes things easier for me. We just want to indicate, as they are putting it up, that the relationship between SCOPA and the Gauteng Provincial Legislature and MPACs goes a long way. We know now that in the last term of the fifth democratic term of provincial and national government, not of local government, we got reports that there were even quarterly meetings that were taking place between SCOPA and MPACs. As a result of that, we had a similar arrangement in the current term. Now I must be careful when I say the current term, because our current term and your current term might be different, but the point I'm making is that when we came in the fifth, I'm waiting for you to put up the presentation like I'm talking. When we came in the new term, which started in 2019 for us, amongst others, we prioritize cooperative governance as a SCOPA, and we agreed on certain things that must happen. And as a result of that, we then convened a meeting with all the municipalities that we called it a summit on cooperative governance, and the sole focus was on ensuring that we strengthen oversight on public financial management and accountability. At that session, we had all municipalities except Tshwane at the time. We then agreed on a number of things that arose from the discussion, mainly one, problems encountered by MPACs. Two, problems encountered, problems that relate to financial management and accountability. As a result of that, thank you. Yeah. So maybe I should go. As a result of that, there were a number of things that were done. So just to indicate that the mandate of the Public Accounts Committees now, I'm not talking MPAC, I'm not talking SCOPA, I'm just talking ourselves as Public Accounts Committees, is on oversight on legislative requirements regarding financial management and accountability. And I think I've emphasized the point that we oversight PFMA, or we oversight implementation of PFMA, implementation and compliance, sorry, on PFMA and FAMPLA. FAMPLA is a legislation that has to do with financial management of the legislature and of parliament. So we also do oversight on the speaker. So we do call speaker to our meetings to come and account. So remember separation of powers, so that there's clarity on some few things. I don't want tomorrow, but no, not you want to do it at municipal level, but it's about the legislation. And then you do the same on MFMA, but together it's treasury regulation and relevant accounting standards. So the working relationship between ourselves and Gauteng, as I said, has been in existence for a long time. And we then revitalized this through a summit that we convened on the 26th of June, 2 years ago. As I indicated earlier, it was on cooperative governance for effective public accountability and ethical governance. So although the focus was with municipalities, but it was how at a provincial level we can coordinate that. So the summit identifies several matters, which includes challenges of oversight on municipal financial management and accountability, problems you have with UIF, consequence management, you name all those things, and challenges you have the support of MPACs. What we did, we then took all the things that were said and produced them into a report. Let me just indicate there's somebody who's misplaced his or her phone. It's here with me, it's ringing. So if you have misplaced your phone, just know that it's here. There's a Baloyi who's calling now. So we then produced a report. Out of that report, we then took it to our committee, which is SCOPA, so that it is formalized. In other words, it must have proper recommendations and you must know what must happen. Subsequent to that, we then took it to the legislature, so that it's a formal report. Excuse me. In the legislature, when we table reports, we do it in two ways. One, we can do it in a sitting, or we can do it through something called ATC, Announcement, Tablings, and what does the C stand for? Okay. Yeah, they don't know, but I know. Announcements, yeah, so that ATC, so that they then become the formal decisions of the legislature. And then we've got a department called Proceedings, it's called Proceedings Unit. When those decisions are taken, they must follow up that they're implemented. In there, clearly we identified the responsibilities of COCTA, the MEC for COCTA and COCTA as a department, the responsibilities of finance. We then sent them to them. They came back to report to us. But that report said they must report on a quarterly basis. So that's what we did. And so we have been receiving reports from the two departments on what they were doing, although we were disturbed by, or there was intervention because of problems of COVID. Some things were delayed, but there were some meetings we held with MPACs to brief them on some of the progress. We also engaged the Gauteng Speakers Forum because some of the things needed the Gauteng Speakers Forum to intervene. So we have used our frequent meetings, that is meetings of SCOPA, Gauteng, and MPACs, to then agree on what is the reports that we are receiving, how true are they, what other things, so that you can be able to move. I'm raising this because that's what you're going to do here. And I'm going to come back to that later. Now, the next issue I want to discuss is issues of coordination. But coordination of our work, that is the work of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature's Standing Committee on Public Accounts and the work of the Gauteng Municipal Public Accounts Committees in the municipalities of Gauteng. So our view of coordination is intended to be a platform where we share best practice. So we use these platforms for us to tell you how we do things. And you share with us how you do things. Then given the way that you, given the legislative framework that's applicable, then there are things you can learn from us, there are things we can learn from you. Earlier on, there was something that came up and I learned, and I'm going to introduce, I'm going to propose it in our committee. I learned from the way municipalities work. So that's the issue. But you can't take everything because of two major problems, or issues, sorry. One, we do oversight on two separate legislation. Two, we, as SCOPA in Gauteng, you must remember that we've got this thing of separation of powers, which to a certain extent happens in municipalities, in metros, but it's a bit difficult in the local municipalities. So that's why we must learn from that. But the other thing we focused on, we think coordination should be focusing on, is that we need to ensure that there's improved oversight on financial management and accountability for purpose of ensuring that there is effective service delivery to our people. So there's something I've said in one platform, it nearly got me into trouble, that if some of the departments are found not to have achieved better audit outcomes, the question must come to SCOPA and say, but what are you doing? Because it's your responsibility to assist them to move out of that. Obviously, it means there's a problem with our oversight mechanism. So the big question is that if municipalities, at a municipal level, there is a problem, the question that SCOPA Gauteng must ask, what are we doing? What is it that we are doing wrong? Obviously, we can't do oversight on your behalf, but we can hold COCTA accountable because they are at the provincial level. We can hold Gauteng Provincial Treasury accountable because they are here. They must be supporting you. And if they're not supporting you, they must tell us why are they not supporting you. So that's the point really, that we think coordination is about that. So we need this relationship to deal with these two things. But there are proposed ways in which we can do coordination. So we want you to, let's have a discussion and a reflection. It's a matter that we've also discussed previously. First is that There can be coordination that's done by us as SCOPA Gauteng. This is part of it. We've convened you here to meet with us. So it's not a big brother and a small brother. It's just us as partners, but the meeting is convened by SCOPA Gauteng. And we think that these meetings, we should still have them. Maybe on a quarterly basis, or if not, once every 6 months, but it's something that you must agree upon. And the purpose should be focused not to say we want to build better or improve effective and financial management at municipality or in how province. It's for the whole province. Because the whole province consists of municipalities and provincial government. So for the whole province, a coordinated effort. The other one is how we work with the Speakers Forum to ensure that there's effective, they are able to deal with issues of effective oversight on financial management and accountability. Because we are of the view that sitting here is a resource that can strengthen the Gauteng Speakers Forum on those matters. So that when we have discussed and agreed, then we go to the Speakers Forum and say, we think the Gauteng legislature and municipalities should be taking this route if they were to ensure that they move forward on strengthening oversight on public financial management and accountability. So that's one form in which we can coordinate ourselves. The other form is that there is a structure called the National Association of Municipal Accounts Committees, NAMPAC. The structure was established as a platform to share best practice among municipalities themselves, excluding national and provincial public accounts committees. So it's just public accounts committees at municipal level meeting on their own and sharing best practice. And also, because they work with SALGA, to be able, because we are told SALGA is not just about public financial management and accounting. There are other things they do. So how does that coordination assist to build SALGA? And that's why I had said earlier that the issues that are proposed about coordination, let's leave them for discussion now. So it means I'm now opening for you to comment on the proposal by SALGA. I think there were others. I think the Speakers Forum also made some proposals. Here are other proposals. Let's hear what you have to say. We don't have to conclude the matter now, but let's have some preliminary discussions on how we can coordinate and what should be the purpose or objective of that coordination. Now, just to give you an update, NAMPAC is a national body. It was established in 2017. Now, you'll remember that you had elections in 2016, so it was established a year later. So it's a national body. It's got an executive at a national level. In the way its executive is constituted, if I understand correctly, there are office bearers, 5 of them. Then each province is represented. Then below there are provincial chapters or sections or structures of NAMPAC. So there'll be NAMPAC Gauteng, NAMPAC Western Cape, NAMPAC Free State. And it's only councillors there. We are not involved as province. Now, the problem that was there is that when NAMPAC was established in 2017, it elected its executive. Subsequent to that, there was no election of new executive because they're trying to finalize their constitution. The problem then they encountered is that, okay, let me just explain this. They are supported at the national level by the National Department of COCTA. So that's where they work. Then they work with a structure of the public accounts committees of provincial legislatures and national SCOPA, which is called Association of Public Accounts Committees, APAC. But they are 2 separate structures, but they are supported by that also. Now, The problem they are having now is the following. One, after the elections on the 1st of November, they've got 5 office bearers. 3 of their office bearers are no longer councillors. So they can't serve in MPAC. One of the 2 that are remaining is now the chairperson of finance in his province, in the municipality in his province. Only one has remained in MPAC in her municipality. She's from Western Cape. So it means the office bearer, they only have 1 person. In provinces is worse, because in provinces there was a huge turnover of councillors. So a lot of councillors who were leaders of those structures are no longer councillors. So we are in the process of then agreeing how do we ensure that we revive the structures of NAMPAC. Now, it's not about whether NAMPAC must exist or not. We've agreed it must exist. But how do we ensure that it goes back? So we want your ideas and suggestions in that regard. So that's where we at, and yeah, that's all we wanted to see if we can have some discussions. So remember, is how do we coordinate ourselves? You can even look at what we can do. If we coordinate ourselves, what are the issues we must be able to look at? Because sometimes we create structures, they don't have an objective. It's a problem. Then you've got lots of people attending lots of meetings, but they don't know what they're discussing. There's no agenda, there's nothing. So we must first agree on what we need to do and what structure must we. Somebody advised me that there's a phrase that says structure follows function. So it's important that we have that discussion in that regard. So I've raised 2 things. I've given an update of where we are, or how far, what progress we have made up to now, and then we have raised an issue of coordination. Just to conclude is to just assure you that the discussions we are having here today are being recorded. They are going to be produced as a report. That report will serve in SCOPA of the legislature, but we'll find a way of verifying with you if it is a correct reflection. In a true sense of the word, that report, you must also serve it in your councils, but you don't want to instruct you. We don't know how you work. We don't know what happens with you. So you'll decide, you'll get the report, you'll decide what you do with it. But we from Gauteng will ensure that it serves in our committee, and when we have decided and recommendations are there, normally recommendations are directed to the executive, then we hold them accountable. Then we come back and report to this platform on progress we have made or are not making. Thank you very much. We open for discussions. I still want to say somebody lost the phone. It's here, it's still ringing. Now there's, yeah. Okay. You can ask questions, you can make contributions, you can make suggestions. We might not conclude the discussion today, but let's just have a reflection on it. I know that a number of you are quite new in Public Accounts Committee, but you could be having a lot of suggestions on how we can ensure that we work on that regard. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chair. Sorry, I've just Googled the NAMPAC that was listed on there, and I wrote it out full, and I can't find anything on Google. So if we could maybe have some information sent through to our respective cities, and that we could discuss it in our MPAC committees, just to find out what they do, and if that's a source then of help to us.
Point taken. Remember, as long as you remember, NAMPAC stands for National Association of Municipal Public Accounts Committees. There's a hand there.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to come in on the issue of NAMPAC, because the time when it was established, I was there. I think the challenge here in NAMPAC is the issue of resources. There was no resources. Remember, the top 5, they are from different provinces, as we said. The chairperson was from Northwest. So they were unable to meet in terms of discussing a way forward. How are they going to function as NAMPAC? So I think we need to look into an issue of financing it first so that it can be effective. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. There's a hand behind you.
Chair, I think consistent with the submission made by Councillor that side, we are at a disadvantage that in that we don't have a report from NAMPAC to influence us, or a presentation to influence us in terms of their thinking between 2017 and 2021, the 30th of October, which would have assisted in terms of now positioning the coordination issue here. But nevertheless, on the presentation submitted, one of the submissions from SALGA was that going forward, probably without mentioning that it's going to be NAMPAC and or Enyinto, is that SALGA, COCTA, GPT, and probably any other structure that could use must allocate experts to assist, such structures, with the coordination of meeting and technical expertise. So I'm just saying this is one of the recommendations that maybe as you prepare the report at your level, chairperson, provincial level, you should be in a position to assist us, to get that guidance commitment from the provincial legislature. That is one. And secondly, is that the last recommendation, or second last recommendation, if I don't make a mistake, there is a proposal that there should be clear roles that need to be defined and responsibility in support of such committees, and therefore a memorandum of understanding needs to be developed and assigned by the structures that will participate to ensure that coordination is improved. I'm just saying, having listened to all the presentation, I find the input from SALGA to be fair as it relates to the issue of coordination. And from our side, as the different local municipalities, I think it will be fair that we await your report, take it to our different municipalities and resubmit to yourself, with clear recommendation on on what to do going forward. Thank you.
Okay, maybe let's rephrase your last comment and say we await the report of this meeting, because it's going to be based on what all of us have said. There was a request here that because we are recording, I know that I said if you have introduced yourself, you don't have to do it the next time around, but they asked that we do so because for purpose of recording. Okay, there are issues. Any other comments? Maybe to assist direct the meeting, let's separate the discussion into two. First, let's talk coordination amongst ourselves. Then we'll talk coordination at national, NAMPAC, and you name them. So the issue is here. Currently, SCOPA Gauteng convenes these meetings. In the past, we used it quarterly. So that's one proposal that we should continue with it. But there is another one that says you yourselves must coordinate yourselves and meet without us. And that's where the issue of NAMPAC comes, but you might decide, no, it shouldn't be NAMPAC, it would be something else, although we are of the view that you should be NAMPAC. So let's just agree here. What is the better form of coordination amongst ourselves? That is SCOPA Gauteng, MPACs, and if you want to, what you think we should be looking at when we coordinate ourselves. Okay, I don't see any hands. Yes.
Thanks, Chair. Michael Ndebele, MPAC member, Midvan. Chair, I was proposing maybe because we have districts in our municipalities, as the coordination structure, let's consider the metros and the district that will coordinate its locals, then we form that into one unit that will report to Gauteng SCOPA, so that the locals can fall under the district. For example, Sidibeng, that have other 3 locals, you should consider that as a leader in Sidibeng district. Thank you.
Okay, what other comments? Yes, Sonia.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Alta de Beer from City of Ekurhuleni. I would propose that we continue with quarterly forums, and that we also come to the forums and maybe share some case studies, so that we can all learn from what is happening in the other metros, municipalities, and how do they deal with certain issues within their own committees. Thank you.
Other comments? Okay. Let's agree as follows then. Maybe just a small thing. I don't. By the way, you said you are from when you spoke. You didn't mention Mid-Valley. Yeah. I think even in the language we use, there must be some things that you must. Let's not say so that the metros and district report to, because remember, you are not accountable to us. We're just sharing best practice. So, and that's why even this issue of an MOU must be discussed thoroughly. I might have a different understanding of an MOU, because my understanding is that you put things that you want to do, then it must be binding. And then it would mean that we must take that MOU to GPL, you must take the MOU to your own municipalities, so that it becomes binding. And what we have seen is, what works is that we come here, we share best practice, we agree on how do we improve, what are the things we need to do. Then, okay, maybe it's because of the separation of powers that there are things we as SCOPA in Gauteng can do, and there are things we can't do. We can convene you in this meeting, but there are decisions you are taking we can't implement. They are outside of our purview. But we can mandate government to do it. You know the issue of separation of powers? So in other words, we then say, okay, you have said to us you want that you must be assisted to run, to manage, or to have programs to reduce, or to be empowered to oversee UIF and W expenditure. We can't do it as legislature, but we know that Gauteng COCTA has such a program. We know that Gauteng Treasury has such a program. So what we do, we then go to them. I don't want to use the word instruct, but the legislature makes a resolution that we want you to assist municipalities to do this and report to us on a quarterly basis. And then they go and do the report to us on a quarterly basis. But if there's a resolution that was taken, which we are still finding it difficult to implement. It's got financial implications, it's a lot. We can't do it as the SCOPA in the legislature. But it's something that can be done by departments. So which means, if we decide here on certain things that want you to do something as municipalities, the question is, can you be able to do them? Based on the memorandum of understanding. Then you find you have problems in your municipalities, then it becomes like you are a failure in this structure. So that's why you have to have a thorough discussion on what must be contained in the MOU and what will be the purpose and how legally binding will it be when we do discuss that. Okay, so let's agree as follows then. We are going to take the proposals by SALGA, and I think some came from Speakers Forum and one or two from the others. We'll prepare, when we do the report, we'll prepare some proposal on coordination based on that. So that then you take it to your own MPAC and have a discussion there and have an agreement on how we want to go about on certain things. So that at least there's a structure in your municipalities that agreed. When we have agreed, we will then lobby the Speakers Forum. Humbulan, we'll lobby the Speakers Forum. Because if the Speakers Forum is able to take certain decisions, to a certain extent, which come from yourselves, they could, to a certain extent, carry some weight on the work that we need to do. Would that proposal be accepted? I'm looking at hands. Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. We support your proposal. Thank you. As a way forward.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other comment? So we're done with our coordination here. So we will also take forward at the national level the discussion about NAMPAC, because there's a discussion of it at national level, and the problems that have to do with resources. Like I said, they were supposed to have been supported by COGTA National, but it seemed there were problems, so we'll take that also and be able to see how we move from there. I want us to close the meeting. I'm not sure from the team that's working with me if there's something we missed. We've covered everything. Okay, maybe from the meeting here, if there's something that maybe you think that we missed in our discussion or we didn't conclude, don't raise a new matter because then we're going to take years to discuss. Any matter? Okay, I don't see any hand. It means all matters were discovered. So maybe as part of agreeing on the way forward, that's now moving towards closure. One is that we have now introduced you to the work that has been done before. Two, we have updated you on some of the decisions and work that has been done to carry those decisions forward. Now, the next step is then that our next meetings must now be about issues. And I think it's about sharing best practice. It's about the phrase that you used is, there's a phrase that you used. You said case study. That's what you used, yes. As an example, we have done some work which I think, had we known, we would have invited you early. What we did is we had identified 5 departments in Gauteng that were identified by the AG for material irregularities, audit on material irregularities. We've then lifted them up and agreed on a process to follow up on them addressing the issues of the AG. So we had public hearings here for the past 3 weeks or so, and they came to present, and we were so harsh to them. I wish you were here, so that you can see oversight in action. But it also is based on the advice by the AG on how we can make sure that we follow up on certain matters. Because the problem with oversight is that whatever we do, we are told that it's ex post facto oversight. So let me give you your case, because our case is a bit different. Your financial year ends 30th of June. The reports must be with the AG 2 months later, which is end of August. No, they've got 2 months to prepare. Then they must send to the AG. The AG has got 2 months to audit, which is end of November. So they get to you, it's Christmas. You can only look at it the following year. By the time you table your report, it's close to the end of the financial year. Your recommendations are for something that happened 9 months ago, and so they don't have an impact on moving forward. So the AG has said we must also introduce something called oversight on financial controls. And that is assisting a lot, because then we call for departments to give us plans on how they are going to ensure that in the current financial year moving forward, there are systems, there are plans to. So if you are part of that, I think you would have learned a lot, but it's not something that we did and we're not going to do it again. So that's why we are going to ensure that with our meetings, and I'm putting members, I'm putting my head on the block. Maybe what we need to, as soon as we adopt the program, we must send it to all MPACs so that they can see what date we are meeting, what are the issues we're discussing. We do it every quarter. At the beginning of each quarter, we adopt a program for the quarter, and we agree what are the issues we're going to be discussing. So that if you are available, you can come to our meetings. The meetings of the legislature are open to the public. But now the legislature said because of we are advancing, we must open our meetings. They must now be also virtual. So that's why you'll find us on Facebook and on YouTube. The only problem there, you can't participate. You can just write comments. You can see them after the meeting. But if you are here and we finish talking, then you can also be able to join us. Sometimes if you want to really participate, you can write to us. Then we can arrange, if it's a virtual arrangement, we can arrange MS Teams so that you can be able to participate. And the other way around, when you've got your meetings, we've already been invited to several, Johannesburg, City of Joburg, Mfuleni. Those are the two I remember that have already invited us to some of their meetings, and where we were available, we were able to attend. Okay, so that's the way forward. We are going to produce the report before our first meeting, which is in July. We'll circulate the report for your comments so that by the time it goes to our committee meeting, it's a report that has got your comments as well, because it will also have recommendations on how we move forward. Then we adopt it as a committee. We implement. In our next meeting, when we call you, we'll give you progress report. Every time we call you progress report. Okay. Let me take this opportunity to thank you, honorable members. Are councillors also called honorable councillors? No, it's not. Okay. Okay, now let me take this opportunity to thank you, honorable members of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature, SCOPA, distinguished councillors, the support staff of SCOPA, the support staff of MPACs, Gauteng Speakers Forum, Gauteng Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs led by MEC Maile, Gauteng Provincial Treasury led by MEC Nkomorale Huko, Salga, Gauteng. I'm told your chairperson is Dlabat. What's her name? Is it Dlabatu? The chairperson of Salga, Gauteng. Dlabat, yes. So thank you very much for your participation. I'm hoping that this term we will work together to ensure that you are empowered to ensure effective public participation, public financial management and accountability. The meeting is adjourned. Thank you very much. Somebody with a phone, please don't forget your phone. You don't know whose phone it is. I'm sorry, who's from Ekurhuleni? There are, you can ask them. Ask them.